let us finally continue on. So we may wrap up. Hold on. There we go. That was bothering me a bit. Something on OBS. But I got it. Let us continue on. And work on finishing up this story. I don't think that I'm ready. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. Yeah, some people can. I can't. I need a base amount of sleep, otherwise it's a struggle. I think my brother is one of those who gets up at the same time whether he wants to or not, though. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. For some reason, the mentioning that one line just made me feel uncomfortable, and I don't know why. Not how he said it, but like I feel like there might be an implication, and also the emphasis on bodies in this chapter has me worried, I guess. Anyway, if I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Look, I would be surprised if school was still going on. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them? Until about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean. Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. I think the silence is enough, Mom. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you? I think I slept for a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes. That I've never heard that phrase before, and I love it, actually. Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There's no way anybody would find that joke funny. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school? Yeah. I think it would be better that way, she said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. Maybe she's the kind who needs a distraction from this sort of stress. For me, personally, I would need some time. I would need time. School would just make me worse. Because of the effort it would take to mask pretending I'm okay. But anyway. If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together. Alright. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. Alright, that's another stupid thing y'all did. Nobody accompanied Mion home, so who knows, maybe something happened to her! We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. I guess Michan couldn't wake up today, huh? That's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. In comes the ominous. At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air... Okay, real quick hydration check. Also save your work. At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be. Let's go. Let her sleep for today. What if she's not sleeping, Rena? Hold on. Let me run back to my house and try calling Mion. Rena gave me a pat on the back. Mion, she's still here, right? Hmm? Did you say something? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. This is not the time to just... Characters in horror scenarios like this, and yes, I know, for a proper horror scenario, you need people to have lapses in judgment, but my God... Go check on her, bro. Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Understandable. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Yeah, safety measures. Considering 2 young children just went missing. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. Because 2 young children went missing. I'd never seen that before. Good morning. Good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Maibaro-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, good morning. Good morning. Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. All right. And I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Hi, teacher. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning. That's understatement of the goddamn century, my guy. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. I've actually never... I know the word, but I've never known how to pronounce it. I just call it the podium. Anyway. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. Right? They should have just canceled school because, like, again, 2 kids went missing. It'd be better to just keep the kids home while everybody figures out what the frick to do. Not just... I mean, yes, this is a good plan, but I don't know. I would have just canceled school. Sorry. Chair arm. I love this chair. It's so comfy. I hate it, and I love that it has adjustable arms. I hate that the button to adjust the arm is right where I always lean into the arm of the chair. Apologies if the click was loud on the mic. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked. Yeah, that would be my only hesitation. So some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Yeah, there's also the fact that, I mean, this is always kind of in the forefront of my mind. A, it's a glorified daycare at times. B, I don't think this is the case in Japan, but at least in American public school, for some families, the school lunch and breakfast services are the only meals those kids get that day. So schools offer very important services, which is why I'm so pissed that our government doesn't seem to respect schools. Anyway, that's a ramble for another day. I'm just also mad because my mom is a teacher and she is overworked and underpaid as hell. So I am very much passionate about the subject of school, of the status of education in my country. Anyway. Well then, let's begin the lesson. The class president... She's absent, I see. Then, whoever is on duty, whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. All rise. That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. Not that you could maintain an everyday atmosphere when 3 of the people in your group of 5 are not present, because 2 of them are missing. And 1 was out looking for people for 2 nights in a row. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. Probably to keep an eye on the kids. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. I mean, you had Rena, but she probably wouldn't laugh. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the 2 of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad. I'm sleepy. Yeah. I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel. You're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. I mean, that was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time. Sorry, TV in the background adjusted. I wanted to make sure it was still on. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning. Grab anything you want. go ahead. You can admit that my bento was better today.
Okay, then I'll have some. Wow, a chikuwa roll with perilla and cheese? That's interesting.
Rena, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. Sorry, I keep having like little mini belches. I hate it. Maybe I scarfed down my food too quickly before stream. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seems like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this? It's sort of... well, sort of like... something? Who the fuck are we kidding?
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I mean... well, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore. Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
Sorry, again, about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it. They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that... Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
Yeah. The police also said they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning.
In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that. Just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. Right, because they were using analogies that... And basically Keiji was the dog. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. I mean, she kind of was pushing you to express what was bothering you because she could tell something was going on and she wanted to know what was going on. That's really all it is. It's not like you selfishly did it. She kind of coaxed you into telling her in her own gentle Rika way.
when I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. And that's what retrospect does to you, buddy. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. I don't think she'd go into town.
You think so too, Keiichi-kun? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa.
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
I'm going to go rinse this out.
She times that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I getcha. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. She was indirectly saying, "Follow me." Rena didn't go to the kitchenettes, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. That's where we spoke to Rika, yeah. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going down to play and then disappearing, that didn't make sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself.
Who did you ask? What did you ask them about?
I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the Tomita tofu shop came too.
The Tomita tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
The old lady says she remembers Satoko-chan stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
Tofu? Well, it's on the way home, right? How is that a clue? Because, Keiichi, maybe if she picked up food, then she would have to take it home. Or maybe they had plans to cook something together. Why would they go out somewhere if it implies there was like a plan to do something after school involving food? Why would they go out? Rena, explain it.
Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house?
Rena stepped away from the stinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap.
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room. I enjoy the mental image of that, even if this is us discussing why 2 little girls went missing. Still, Rena, why does that matter? I can't seem to get my brain cells to click on why the fact that they clearly had food prepared matters. Keiichi! Listen, I can be a dense motherfucker at times too. Like, seriously, I can be so fucking dense and oblivious and miss obvious things, but I feel way better about that after reading through Keiichi's perspective. Keiichi-kun, rub those little brain cells together for just a minute. You dense motherfucker! When you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. Even if you don't have cooking ability, you should be able to at least put together the fact that they were planning on cooking. That means that Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it up until right before dinner time.
Utterly unburdened by thoughts. Absolutely.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere? Hey, Riker! Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Been a bit. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, raiders. We are currently going through Higurashi Ch.2. We are wrapping up the story today, ideally, going through the last 2 chapters. We're trying to figure out where our 2 little girlfriends went. Hi, Riker. Hope you had a good stream. How was it? What were you playing? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
The trash in the countertop bin was put in there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
So that means that Satoko, at least, didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner?
Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker, and there was rice for 2 still in there.
So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. Is that it? Rena nodded.
So next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That's not all either. There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap.
You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means that they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least.
Is that what it means?
Keiichi-kun, you dense motherfucker. Think a little harder. Come on, just get those brain cells going. Get them going. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means?
Well, that means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout?
It must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for the 2 of them. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought that they were going to eat it until right before they didn't.
So then, the theory about the 2 of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong. The layered sound effects are not layering nicely right now.
Yep. They disappeared after making dinner and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock.
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
That's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder.
There might have been something like that. I'll give him a pass on not remembering the whole layout of the room because he is sleep-deprived right now, but yeah, everything else, it's like, okay.
Okay, hold on. I'll spell it out for you. You adorably dense motherfucker.
I didn't remember.
The container for the soy sauce. It was empty. There wasn't even a drop left.
Someone went through the room Phoenix Wright style, but it was not Keiji. Imagine how different this game would be if Keiji actually looked around the room, like Ace Attorney style.
Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have.
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff. I was gonna say, is that you projecting what they should be doing, or? That also explains why she was looking under the sink.
I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before.
That makes sense. Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression. It's like, oh yeah, it makes sense because I visit them and cook for them and all that. Anyway, back to finding out why they are gone.
Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
It wasn't there? What does that mean?
Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Rena's idea. Okay, I have no concrete evidence with this one, but continue. Just let them brain cells try to do their thing. Okay, but take all this with a grain of salt. It's just me. Right. So please listen until the end without saying anything. Let your brain absorb the words of Rena. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce? This is Rika we're talking about. She could probably just put on like her puppy face and say "Nipa" and get whatever she wanted in the world.
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa.
Also, yes, this is a very neighborly village.
So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then, Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come over too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few names in private, just to add flavor, and to make sure she's in character. Satoko called Rika a few unfriendly names in private as she wrapped up the dinner she had made for them.
Yeah, I don't know if Rika would do that, because she knew... dinner was being made. Okay, this raises the question of what neighbor did she go to? If Rena's idea is correct, but that just means we need to talk to the direct neighbors or see if we can find anything. It's not going to be easy to hide a bicycle, I know that much.
She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house.
True. If this theory is correct, very true. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have just been a coincidence that they made too much?
It's still unthinkable.
Rena flatly denied me.
Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste.
This is all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues. Then, Rena, where did Rika-chan go to get the soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Rena slowly... Hold on one sec. Wait, no, I didn't mean to go that far. What the fuck? I did not... I went to scroll on another window for something, and it... it sped through dialogue, so let me read through that again. Rena slowly shook her head. Okay, so we saw who was it. Rena slowly shook her head.
That's all from Rena's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police.
You sure? You sure? What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all of this.
Keiichi-kun, this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa.
Right.
We can't suspect anyone without a really good reason.
Yeah, Hinamizawa takes shit seriously. Hydration check, everybody, and also save your work and posture check. Also, Riker, if you're still here, I hope you did have a good stream, and if you're gonna go rest, then please go rest. It's all good. I still appreciate you stopping by and hope you're doing good. Just in case you didn't hear me say hi the first time, just saying. Alright. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. Fair enough. I stayed there alone. You know, except with the two girls who just came. My body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. Consider the following, in my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. I don't know about that. I think you both have like an equal amount of knowledge, but with different subjects. Like she understood Rika and Satoko's habits and what is considered the norm for what's in their house. You, however, knew about the not good situation that you're in that you let Rika know about that you think is the cause of all of this. So it's like you all have your own different perceptions and knowledge, and if you guys put your heads together... Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan,
to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I'd told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely, though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Dude, I think this is your survivor's guilt right now. You are not the root cause of everything. You were peer pressured by Shion. No, Takano is truly the root cause of everything, because entering the storehouse was her idea. Getting Tomitake to break the lock was her idea. Going in, like, all of it was her idea. Shion just didn't even have to be pressured to go in, but she pressured you to go in. You are, like, not the root cause. Just saying. But I also know how anxiety and this stressful situation would absolutely throw off your sense of logic. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. I don't know, you were the more cautious one that night, just saying. You had to be pressured. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be... Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thoughts, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Hello? Lunch break over, or... Yep. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight, for sure. Okay, this is such an interesting comparison to what happened in Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, when he thought his friends were coming after him, like he felt like his life was in danger, he was willing to fight back to the point where he even carried around a bat for a weapon. In this situation, probably because they're targeting his loved ones, I just find it interesting that he, in comparison to before, is now willing to accept whatever fate has in store for him. Again, I know different situations, but still. Because other people are getting dragged down, so of course he's like, just get me and wrap this whole thing up so no one else has to suffer, so I get it. But it's an interesting comparison to how it went with the last chapter, where he was like, come at me, I'll beat you. You know, very defensive. And now he's just, it's like acceptance. And put an end to all this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. My Barakun, lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom.
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. And now it's the end of the day? Yep. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another. And in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone.
It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine.
I see. Then, be careful, okay?
Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a policeman?
Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Rena, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
But what did the police want with you? With you?
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. Well, she did briefly, but still. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hasn't asked me anything. She didn't even try to pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit.
I know that.
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated that I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Get going, then. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Hello, hello. Welcome home, my bar-san. Hello. It looks like your parents aren't here. My, was I in a bit of a spot. He came all the way to my house. I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can talk in the car, that's all. Come now, don't be shy. He opens the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned out only rarely. Oh, is it too cold? I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet. And the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Waiting for it. They can speak for themselves. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented. The days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. How is the investigation going? The investigation? Of what? There have been so many. Which do you mean? All of them? Well, all right then. They were officially secret investigations and were under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Then, shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of the Watanagashi. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitake-san. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything. What about Takano-san? The same. We're in the dark. Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably. Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Tomitake-san, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains? They should have just brought Tomitake-san out there too. My Bara-san, you're quite sharp, you know that? You sure about that, bro? We talk about the same my Bara-san? Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Awkward. People who've lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride. So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital. At a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that. That day, he planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. It seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? The 3 families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh? What's the matter? Or what's the matter? Someone said, what's the matter? Anyway. I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? Okay, hold on. Maybe Keiichi has more perception than I do, because he may have noticed something I didn't. Hold on. I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. My first thought was, is it the hospital that Takano worked at? Because she was a nurse. But we'll get to that, but who knows if that'll even be addressed. Could just be coincidence. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall. Everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that... Oh. Hold on, I think I see where he's going. I could be wrong, though. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone, ate alone, and he got on the train
alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone, because this was the day before cell phones. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? I think I know what he's getting at. I think I know what he's getting at. Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara? Come on. Think, Keiichi, think! Did you put it together? Did you? Because I get what your brain cells are trying to get you to think. Give me the flashback words so I can confirm. Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping from... Wow. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
Like the night he disappeared? Because if so... Oh, no. Right. What then?
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. So then, what does it mean? It's like you don't want to admit what it obviously means, but you have to. I'm sorry, Keiichi. You know what this means. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant... Admit it. Admit it, my guy. You have the problem solved in front of you. You just need to say the answer. Maibara-san? Are you all right? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner room. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. Boy! Sorry if that was too loud in the mic, but dude, this is suspect. Your friends are now involved in disappearing. For fuck's sake! I know loyalty to your friends means a lot to you, but come the fuck on! Ah! My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it
all blended together until nothing made sense. Everything makes sense right now, my guy! You just don't want to look at the answer! You did the math problem, you showed your work, you have it all laid out in front of you, you circled the answer or underlined it, whatever your teacher wanted you to do, and you're refusing to look at it and say the answer out loud. Even though there's a lot on the line with this. But I get it. I understand. I understand the stress of wanting to admit someone that you're close to or a friend may have done something horrible and lied to you about it. But also, it falls in line. She had lied and manipulated him before. Lies and manipulation, she's done it before. It falls in line with her character. But now is not the time for you to be questioning it, my guy. Now is not the time for you to be ignoring it, my guy. Unfortunately, everything you thought of makes sense. You just have to say the answer. Because she may have something to do with what happened to Rika and Satoko. So you need to accept it and figure out what the fuck is happening, because 2 little girls just disappeared, and she may have something to do with it. So, think further, take that next step, and say the answer aloud. Whether in your brain or actually out loud, you need to. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Bro! Maibara-san? Are you in there? Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. Bro, you probably should stop. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over that long? He's used up his thoughts for the month, apparently. You ran out of service data. Right at the end. God. Anybody else? I wouldn't be surprised if they still did this, but did anybody else ever use those, like, phones with, like, limited, like, you could only use, like, a certain number of minutes on the internet, or text or phone calls? Like, you had a certain limit to how many times you could text or call in a month, and you had to, like, refill. I think, for me, I believe it was called track phone. And I don't know if they still do stuff like that, but, it's just insane to think about that. Like, right, like, just picturing it, like, his track phone running out, like, right before he sends the text with the answer. It's like, nope, you've used up all your minutes/texts. Too bad. Goddamn. I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san. Okay, you've shared everything you can/do know, regarding Tomitake and Takano, and then the mayor. But what about Rika and Satoko? Then maybe we'll tell you. My mind had become a gigantic, oozing mess. A few times, although I never actually hit the limit because I don't talk to people much outside Twitch. Yeah, fair. I just never, I just rarely ever used it just so I could have, like, you know, my time for emergencies. I never really used the internet on my phone up until we had, like, you know, we stopped using track phone and then actually got, like, an unlimited data plan. But, yeah. I think the most I ever did on my phone was, I think it had Sudoku on it, and I would just spend, that's really all I spent my time on. Because we only got the phones because, at the time, our parents' working situation at the time, and they wanted us to be able to reach them in case there was an emergency. So we just got little old, and here's how old they were. They were flip phones. One of those flip phones where you had to press the button multiple times to get the letter you wanted to send in a text. That's how old it was. So yeah, I would just play Sudoku on my phone. That's really all I would do with it. Just because I did not want to use up my service data. And if I did have to call somebody, I would just use the home phone. You know, back when we had a home phone before unlimited data plans for ourselves. What a time. And let's see. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think. It's because you were too shocked at the revelation you had. That your friend is lying to you. Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices? Listen, I understand. I kind of get it. I kind of do. If you're scared of a curse going on right now. And not wanting to tell others in case they disappear too. But now is not the time for you to be clamming up, my guy. There wasn't anything. Right, Joey? Fucking facepalm. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there. But I knew it didn't matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know. Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I'm so glad Oishi's like, you sure? I ain't fucking buying it. Look at what's happening. And tell me the truth right now, kid. Please. Your friends are disappearing. Use your words. I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent. Like a pile of psychoactive drugs, maybe a secret poppy workshop. You are really in on this poppy workshop thing. Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there. There were cages. And I think Shion, I'm taking all of her words with a grain of salt now, but I think Shion said she thought she saw something in one of the cages that was hanging from the ceiling. There was also the statue of supposedly Oyashiro-sama in there, but again, I don't think that's worth hiding. There was nothing. As exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like, in a way, there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. Yeah, because I was like, nothing terrible in there. It's like, yes, torture devices are terrible. The implications. I need you to think about the implications and make you keep silent. Like, okay, so that the end of the sentence is what matters, but yeah. Honestly, I'd be scared to mention I saw torture devices in general, because it's like, the fact that these are even in the village at all. And lore-wise, they shouldn't have been used for a long time. Were you able to check and make sure? Granted, nobody had died at the time, but anyway. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for search warrants, thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion and the Constitution. Jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you, since you went in there. There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitake-san and Takano-san were only killed as punishment for having broken the taboo. I didn't have an answer for the only part. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared. And yet you alone are safe. Wait, hold on, everyone. Maybe that's Oishi-san saying it. Let me confirm something real quick in the log. No, okay, he would have said it out loud. Because highlighting over it means that if I had voice acting on, I could click it and it would speak it. Which means that Keiichi does have a given voice. That's what I was checking for to see if this is Oishi or not. Anyway. So is it Oishi saying that Keiichi is the only one to avoid coming to harm? And if that's the case, then Shion? Something has happened to her? Right! No, wait. That was all last night. Never mind. It was supposed to be a nightly call thing, and they established that the night Rika went missing. Right. I forgot about about how time was progressing. Right. So Shion wouldn't have attempted to call yet today. Right. Got it. Alternatively, this is Keiichi just being like, everyone else I have told, aka Rika, you're still here. So I just need to figure out who's saying what. Let me scroll a little ahead and see. That's what I want to know. Okay, so that was Oishi. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. Does that mean something happened to Shion? What's the difference between you and them that would protect you, but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. Maybe because he doesn't have any ties to any of the major families? There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. Is it is the fact that only you escaped? Like, again, the Shion thing? You alone? You alone. What? Buddy, I'm gonna need you to think faster. I know your brain feels like a puddle of goo right now. I know your brain feels like the reincarnation of Ivan Ooze, but I need you to try thinking, okay? Okay? You can do it. You wrote down an answer before. Come on. Okay, let's restock your... your thought. Let's restock your monthly thoughts. Hold on, I'll refill your thought card or whatever. What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Oh god, my brain just thought of another implication. What if... Because I know one of the themes in the beginning is this Mion or Shion who we're talking to? And I think it was established at some point it was Mion playing as her sister. Possibly. Maybe. Like, at one point, at the very least, we can guarantee at a certain point that it was Shion. When did something happen to Shion? What if we were actually just talking with Mion last night? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Let us progress and see where this leads. Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, Sorry, let me try. I'm not a voice actor, it shouldn't matter, but I still want to make sure I put the right emphasis on the right words, you know. Out of the 4 people who... I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still... Jiro Tomatake-san and Miya Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day. Huh? What? But... Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Shion disappeared? That's impossible! I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomitake-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Oh, well now, I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. There were 2 disappearances that night! There were 2 disappearances that night! I thought it was weird that it was a series of 2, but only one disappeared that one night. It was! It's a series of 2! Oh my god! Let's go, brain. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses, depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. Though it kind of explains a little bit, thank you, but that's not what I mean. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared. I told you. It was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared. Then, that night, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased.
Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when the school told them, so they mostly don't bother calling anymore. So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she'd disappeared.
I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered...
Windows? Shut up. I'm streaming. I don't need you messing with the flow.
When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
Don't you remember? We talked at the don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since.
That can't be.
That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work.
Didn't she call me that night?
Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried.
That can't be. It can't be.
It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work, I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. There's no way Mion actually would, right? Right after Shion ran away without me. It seems that you didn't know. Right, because Mion met back up with us after that, right? Or sorry, Shion? Did I say Mion? I meant Shion. God damn it, I'm doing the thing. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse.
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, my Bara-san.
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was Shion. From Shion.
Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you.
Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
Wait, actually, I could be misremembering. Maybe we didn't meet back up with her after the library thing? And it was just a phone call after that? It's been a while. Sorry. Regardless. Problem.
Who was on the phone those past nights? It can't be!
That's a revelation and a half. And also, probably Mion, which means Mion might be tied to this. Or something else is going on. I am concerned either way.
I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank.
I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. It must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then, my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maibara. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Yeah, because now we got a bigger problem about the mayor situation. Because who told the lie? Who actually talked to him? Admitting it, if at all. It just complicates the situation even more. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seems like an incredibly absurd thing to do. That would be the easiest, but yeah, in case... Because what if they come at you if you found out the truth? But, I don't know, man. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. Like how you tried running away from the fact that, at one point, supposedly Shion lied to you about talking to the mayor. Excuse me, don't know why I yawned. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. Bro. That was definitely Shion's voice. Bro. I need you to think back. I need you to remember. I need you to think about your friends. I need you to remember. I don't want to admit it either. But there is a logical possibility. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There you go. There was someone else, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Mion. No, okay, now I'm trying to think. No. No, we haven't seen them in the same place together. We haven't. I wondered if maybe she joins the search too, but no. No, she didn't. God damn it. Mion, what the fuck? Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have... Why though? Why would Mion... I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I'm still wondering what Satoko has to do with any of this, and why she had to disappear too. Hydration check, and save your work. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. Oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. There it is. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Not that long ago, but longer than I thought, so I guess we'll say a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, yet, as though she were alive and well. The phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, I would pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do.
What I was most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just made sure to be careful, that would be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. Okay, now that that ringing is done, because it was starting to grate on my gears. First thought. Wow, wouldn't it be silly if he had to hype himself up and this wasn't actually Shion? Second of all, let me double check something that was said. I just want to double check. Okay, yeah. For some reason I wanted to double check these. But yeah, okay, yeah. That ringing made my brain mush to the point where I forgot what else I was thinking of saying. Probably the point, though. It adds to the insanity that the character is feeling. Anyway. Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion, which tells me that it is. Kei-chan? It's me. It's Shion. Liar. My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home, and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What had happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they weren't found. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes. I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. I wondered, who was saying what?
I don't think there's much to... Yeah. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I mean... I'm sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. It said... That was some intense build-up. Okay. However much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Hey, wait, that was... quick. My thoughts exactly. My heart actually jumped.
I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them so readily. I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? This is a new track. It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. I couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko ended up the same way. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least. I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night. And I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried and cried. Kei-chan, please, just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. Yeah, like, telling him to calm down is not the thing to do. Like, you just bluntly said, I think they're dead. I think we're well past the point of try to calm down. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then
how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Sorry, this is probably Shion, isn't it? Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this. You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? I mean, you're the one, okay, like, your plan was to be like, maybe I could get info out of them if I play their game. At the same time, I could see playing the game is kind of hard. There was a magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please, tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now! I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny. I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The Dam Wars ended a long time ago. Yet, murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't even deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you! I want to know that as much as anyone! Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Listen. Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And then this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san. Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know? Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
Kei-chan, please, stop being mean.
Says the girl who bluntly said those 2 little girls are probably dead. Unintentional rhyme. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. Bro, she's manipulating you again. When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then, I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? Thinking about it, it is weird that they're torturing the 2 of you when, honestly, Takano was, I would say, the most guilty of the 4 of y'all. Like, she pressured y'all. Y'all didn't do anything but listen to her stories. I'm still not fully convinced she didn't take something. Anyway. There was nothing fake about her words. She even understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to Old Man Kimiyoshi, bringing up the flag of the lie. All of us entered the Forbidden Storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. I met such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be attacked. Kei-chan, Keiichi, are you picking up these words? The contradictions. The contradictions. Notice them, please. Don't be fooled by the potential crocodile tears here. There was nobody except Old Man Kimiyoshi who would help me, so I asked him to save me. Old Man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, "If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned away." He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. You're falling for her siren song, man. She should have been my one and only comrade. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Watanagashi. He was told of Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family.
He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said. I'm that inner voice. I am that inner voice telling him to remember. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor. Yes? When did you let him know? I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Dude, don't show your hand before she answers. Why would you show your hand before she answers? That's not how it works, bro. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Kei-chan? What does that have to do? Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that he had hemorrhoids. Did you really? Or are you saying that because Keiichi showed his hand? It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. It's possible that she was on the train. Since she didn't know his destination, never mind. Then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. Well, I mean, maybe she was in town for something else. Like, I mean, I don't trust her, but I'm trying to make sure if you have a solid contradiction, it needs to be a solid contradiction. Like, I've played enough Ace Attorney to know you need to make sure that Miles Edgeworth ain't gonna come in here and be like, okay, hold it. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. So go back to the original question and ask her when she told him. That is the best way. I don't know why you started showing your hand and then switching up the question, because now going back to the original question is going to seem sus. But, like, go back to the original question, okay? Ask, when did you tell him? And then you have your answer. That we already know is going to be a lie. Unless she told him on the night of the Watanagashi, like, I don't know. That alone might be a contradiction, but still, it's like, you need to hear her answer to this. The original question. Go back to it. Stop showing your hand. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please give me one. Kei-chan, Why are you asking that?
Because we need to know. Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Why is she... I'd be like, why is she dodging the question? Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared. From dawn until he vanished. There was no opportunity for you to contact him.
That's...
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his exam. You're showing the cards before she answers, bro. Again, I mean, you're basically saying... You're basically giving her the window to be like, I told him before the day he disappeared or something. You know, that's why... You're giving her an out that she can lie with, bruh. But anyway... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to. So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? What if she says, oh, I forgot, because I'm emotional and crying or something, I don't know. Again, you're showing your hand too early. You should have got the answer first, but... Bleh. We all know he doesn't have the best brain cells. His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. Her siren sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? Well, see, now she could just say yes. You should have, bro. You're asking a liar. You're showing your entire hand to someone you know is lying to you. And giving them other ways they could lie to you. Bro. Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. The mayor disappeared on his way home. Exactly, you're saying you basically gave her the answer she needs to say for you to trust her. Like, so if she wants to manipulate you, then she's gonna say, yes, I told him there. If she's, for whatever reason, honest about her deception, then okay, but currently I don't see any reason why she can't just say yes as a lie. A potential lie. Anyway. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? Well, see... dude, basically you just gave her an out. Anyway. The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting, You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't showing your entire hand. Bro! You should have just had her answer the initial question of when, instead of rambling and showing your entire hand. You should have just said, you should have let her give the answer and then say, well, that's impossible. Because then she can't change her answer or alter her answer to get you to trust her. You've given her... KG, I love you, but goddamn, bro, you do not think at all. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together.
Kei-chan, well...
Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion's sobs were torturing me, which is what she wants, bro. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Yeah, you just said things out of order. You should have stopped rambling. And I say this as a rambler. You should have stopped rambling as soon as you asked, when did you tell him? And then, if she like, huh? You just be like, okay, just repeat, when did you tell him? I just need to know for reasons, okay? Just, I need to know to be sure. But no, instead you showed, she hasn't given you a damn answer. She could have lied about knowing he had hemorrhoids. So yeah, you haven't said anything wrong. You've just said things you should have held on to for a bit longer. You're doing your reveals too soon, bro. Even then, it's gonna be hard to dig out of this one, still. Anyway. Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, and that meant, then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. Why are you still focusing on when did you tell him? Because that, dude, the when did you tell him ship sailed long ago. What the fuck? I just jumped like a foot in the goddamn air. I don't feel like doing maniacal laughter right now. Okay, this picture terrifies me and I want it to get away from me like right now. Okay, well it's gone. Keiichi, really, I do think you played your cards, like, way too prematurely. Again, you really should have just let her answer the question of when and then been like, unfortunately, that isn't possible, and then explained why. And then she didn't answer anything because you just kept going on, bro. And I get it. I'm a rambler myself. I get it. I get it. You didn't give her a chance to answer anything, though. You just told her everything you knew. And then she went from sobbing to maniacal, jump-scary laughter. And hung up. Bro, you dying. You are so dead. You are so dead. You're so dead. He's so dead. Guys, let's be real. He is so dead. He's so dead. went the dial tone. I stood there, dazed for a while, until I realized she had hung up on me. And I'm not kidding, that what the fuck was, like, legit. Like, I jumped and screamed it. Like, I mean, not really screamed it, but that was legit, like... That was, like, such a legit reaction, I kid you. Like, all of my reactions are kind of legit. I'm kind of bad at faking reactions. Me just thinking about how I just said, what the fuck, like, that was instinct flew out of my mouth. Oh my god, my heart. Oh, Lord. Okay, hydration check, everybody. And save your work. And maybe posture check while you're at it. Well, he's dead. Ow, my heart. Tips time! The Mahjong parlor. Oh, yeah, didn't Oishi say he wanted to do the... Yeah, a tough call, demand the truth. You didn't really demand the truth. You didn't even find out who she actually is. Seriously, you laid out your cards too prematurely, my guy. You should have tried to get some answers before saying, I know you're not... How are you Shion? I don't think you are. Please... I don't know. Like, bro. Anyway. He's a very, like, and I mean this in the best possible way. He's very much, like me, an emotional thinker. And that emotion's first. So it's like, I mean it when I say, I get it, but bro. Alright, let's look at the tips, and then we move on to what if I recall correctly, should be the final chapter. So as far as I know, this might even be the final scrapbook. Scrapbook 11. The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially. The three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. That implies that it happened enough for them to be upset about it. Like, you're fated to have twins. That's insane. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family's successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oreo, is sympathetic? Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, as the heir, Mion, received special treatment. Might explain why Shion acted like more of a brat at times, and like she had a thing out for her sister. Like, you get what you want all the time, so I'm gonna take what you... so I'm just gonna take what I want from you, aka I'm gonna try to take Keiichi from you. But anyway. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. That's interesting to know. So the leader gets a demon tattooed on their back, and only one of the twins would have this tattoo, I guess. In accordance with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. Nobody put this line out of context to make it sound like I want to look at a miner's bare back, because that's a little awkward, because I don't. I was trying to make it sound like that was Takano writing that down, to be like, hold on, this might sound a little weird, actually. But now I'm worried about someone taking that out of context for me saying it, because no. Don't, please, I beg of you. I do not want to look at a miner's back. I do not. I'm gonna stop saying it. Oh my god. At the Mahjong parlor. Maybe one day I'll actually learn how to play Mahjong proper in 14. Reserved for the day. Suzu Mahjong parlor. Quack quack. Hey, Kura-chan. You're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Excuse me, miss. Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owns the Mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. Probably to go smoke, hopefully not the entire carton in one sitting. Like, a pack is concerning enough. Don't smoke the entire carton, please. Listen, I know this was probably well before, like anti-smoking words. I'm not, propaganda is not the right word, I feel, but awareness, I guess, anti-smoking awareness and movement and all that. This is clearly before that, but man, the use of smoking in this is just making me so concerned. Like, I'm not gonna tell people what they can and can't do. Like, I'm not gonna. Like, you pick up smoking, there's no way you don't know what it's gonna do to you. But I also just grew up surrounded by family members who would smoke, and then they would always be the first to adamantly tell me, do not ever pick this up. Do not ever smoke. Don't do this, okay? And then health class with the nauseating visuals of what happens to your body further made me not want to smoke, but I especially took it from my family and how it affected them. So, yeah. Anyway, like, if you smoke, I can't control that. I hope you can find a way to stop, in a sense. Like, again, I can't control what you can and can't do, but I hope you find, like, a safer outlet and can find a way to cope and adjust with it. That's really all it is. I say it from a place of worry. It's like, I can't stop you, but I hope you do better, if that makes sense. It's like, I don't want to tell you what to do, but smoking is bad, bro. I'm sorry. Anyway, enough preaching going on. She was used to this by now. As was Oishi, clearly. Oishi-san, good work today. What, were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done 3-player. Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere. Everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already, it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. The situation is not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats. In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. Damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him. All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, it looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go to training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, I suppose that ain't bad. I heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call the repairman, and they'll pry open the door. Hold on, I want to reprocess what's happening here. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call the repairman, and they'll pry open your door. For incidents, Kuma-chan, show the map. Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. I have a map of the premise. What are you planning? Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. I've got a lot of faith in my gut, but this could be the one time it was wrong, no? Anyone worried about their retirement money has until the count of 10 to get out of here. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. None of you love your families too much. Is that it? Laughter. Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up. I want everyone to go over their materials. Memorize their locations and blind spots of all the security cameras. I love this. I've been told to not do this. To go nowhere near the main house. Anyway, here's a map of the main house. Here's how we're going to avoid the camera. I love how she's just like, nah, fuck you. I'm going to do my job. Kuma-chan, you'll stand by in the command car. If something happens, you'll switch with me and take over. Komiyama-kun will head up infiltration team A. Atsushi-kun will lead team B. Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8. Bonchi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your rotation so HQ doesn't get wise. Now, the team on standby has the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. Laughter. I'll handle escorting our guest. You can be sure I'll bring him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. I wonder if he'll cave. Keiichi Maibara, that is. What you gonna do, bro? From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy. Laughter. Oh, are they gonna use Keiichi as bait? Possibly? And then they're gonna be watching the house in case something happened. Oh, Ishii! You sly dog. I also just noticed in the background they spelled tobacco incorrectly over there. Anyway. Interesting. Read all that was the last of the tips. We have read all of the tips in chapter 2, Watanagashi, which means next is the final one. I'm gonna save my progress here anyway. It is so quiet, Jesus Christ. Alright. It's been about 3 hours. 2:59:15 is what it says at the time I read it. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna finish up. I don't think we'll start chapter 3 tonight. Just because the last chapter took longer than expected. Sure, I took a lot of pauses to berate Keiichi, but... just because of the time and the fact that I have been neglecting my sleep lately, I probably shouldn't go too long. So yeah, this will be the last chapter for chapter 2. We'll wrap this up, and then chapter 3 I'll save for another day. All right. I'm scared. Let's see what horrifying things await us in the final chapter. Keiichi? Keiichi? Just leave him alone. Or sorry, that's probably the dad saying, Keiichi. Keiichi?
Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It must be really hard for him.
Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. That or either way, the parents are basically asking, or like trying to check on him while the other is like, give him space. Because either one shows some form of concern and consideration. Anyway. But this time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? What do those teachers think our children are? I mean, again, some need a place for their kids to be watched, but at that point, wouldn't you... Well, I guess it's also a case of maybe you can't even trust your own neighbors. I don't know. Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. I mean, it was when I started streaming. It's now Friday, but that's interesting. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time. And yet, now things were completely different. Did anyone disappear last night? Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. I would still say it's Takano, but that night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? Let's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I don't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hand and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Isn't that Rena-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena. Keiichi, shouldn't you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
Good morning. We're going to school as a group starting today, so you can't be late.
That's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off. From school.
Okay.
Rena answered shortly, nodding.
I think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kun. So, you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they're sending around. Could you give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it.
I took the notice. There are a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
The police are looking as best they can, too. They'll find them, for sure. Just be patient, okay?
Rena said, smiling, in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Rena, you're not going to question me?
Nope.
Rena, you know, don't you? About that night? About what I...
Do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse?
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. So it's all out in the open. Really, I shouldn't do bad things like that.
Mi-chan was really mad.
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though, as much as about you hiding it from her. Maybe, Keiichi-kun, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized.
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I, myself, should have apologized to Mion for. I hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Rena, you're right. I never realized anything until you tell me. You are my one functioning brain cell.
Keiichi-kun, hypothetically, if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan, I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear.
Well, now why would you plant that in his head? As if he doesn't feel guilty about it already. I understand where you're coming from, but... I was gonna be feeling guilty for saying something and then not saying something. It's like, there's no winning. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though? That I should have admitted to my crime sooner. If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. And they stared fixedly into my own. Yeah, you're right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. That made me jump! What the fuck? The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. And knowing Rena's strikes, it probably hurt. I stood there, unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiichi-kun. So, I'll scold you in their place, okay?
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
Going somewhere you're not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do. Do you understand that?
Uh-huh.
Answer me with a yes, Keiichi-kun.
Yes.
Also, what's even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting it or apologizing for it is much, much worse.
Yes, I was wrong. For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
Okay then, it's about time. I should be going.
All right.
Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her to not go out to pass it on after it gets dark.
Village-wide curfew. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hands stopped at a single, more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Oh. Oh. Rena, honey, you want to come back? You want to come back here for a second, Rena? Rena, there's something I want to point out to you, Rena, you want to come back? Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Uh-huh. 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 What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce that they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a P.S., it said it arrived in barrels, so please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. they have 2-liter bottles for soy sauce? Or unless they mean a recycled 2-liter bottle. But still, I'm just picturing like a 2-liter bottle of soy sauce, and I'm like, what the I know soy sauce is a popular add-on over in Japan, but that seems like a bit excessive. Anyway. Rena, honey, Rena, come. I know you need to hurry, but could you come back, please, come back. That's how it tied together. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house. Wait, so Rena is still here? Ignore me asking you to come back if you've been here the whole time. Rena? Did you know all along?
Yeah. I knew.
Is that why you wanted to talk in private? Oh my god, are you also suspecting? Oh my god. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule, too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mart store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble for it at all. Who said I'm going to Mion? I couldn't tell if Rena's mouth moved. No. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me.
I'm going too.
Rena, shouldn't you go to school?
This is way more important than school.
Rena, you shouldn't come. If you get wrapped up in this too, then I think I might actually go crazy. Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
If Keiji-kun disappeared as well, then I think I might actually go crazy too. So I won't let you go alone.
Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. Yeah, not just because it's apparent she has feelings for you, but also because if she doubts me on this much, then that means you are the last friend she has from the friend group. Which is important to her, so yeah. I can understand her importance. Anyway, I better tell your family where you're going. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve. All right. Let's go. Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll all put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. Did you tell your parents, though? In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san. Hey, good morning. Maibara-san. To you too, Ryugu-san. Together so early in the morning. You make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
You're from the police.
Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san? Please, excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi, from the Okinomiya Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Oishi-san? Telling me what?
Yeah. I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi-kun, but we should leave Michan's to these people.
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
We have something to tell you, Oishi-san.
Well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk, or go inside the car?
In the car, please.
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel? Sorry, that would probably be Oishi, yeah. How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. This is Kuma guy. Oishi-san, over. Yes, hello. This is Oishi. Are you supposed to say over? Or maybe you don't say over after everything. I assume you. I always assumed you say over at the end so they know that your signal didn't cut you out or something. It's like over as in I'm done speaking now. Essentially, it's like period. Anyway, we got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises. Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. The relief for 3 and 7 just arrived, and they've returned to base. Also, it looks like the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps bugging me, too, to tell him as soon as I get in touch with you. What do you want me to do? If you're hard-pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent. Sorry about that. It was about work. He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he? Oh my. Did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please, keep that a secret, alright? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time. Nor for questioning witnesses, or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really. The Sonozaki House's defenses, said to protect the family members, are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything, unless the crime happens right in front of us. Oishi-san, could you be... Sorry.
Oishi-san, could you be...
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san. You can't set foot in the Sonozaki house.
You can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Were you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead?
Rena, that's... What do you mean?
This person, just as I thought, he plays really dirty.
Stop, you're hurting my reputation. That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay? Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious.
Yes?
You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki house. Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right?
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. Our protagonist, folks, continuously 5 steps behind everyone. Yeah, right? I only understood half of what she was saying. Rena, what do you mean about playing dirty? What? Oh my god. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result, have you no shame? Is this how the police do things?
My. It seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Oh my, oh my. Would you be interested in taking our exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to you a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. Now's not the time for laughter, sir.
You're despicable.
Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but 1 or 2 words from a young girl is always the roughest for me.
Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet.
Don't mention it. Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. That could just be how dense you are, buddy, but also, yeah. He kind of has to be good at hiding his thoughts if he's going to be in this position, in this job, in this field of work. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him. Now then, as 2 esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now? Yeah, a bit of column A, a bit of column B, yeah. Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant?
No, we won't wait for that. We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself.
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her. I see. I wonder if it will go that well. If you're careless, You two may face danger, you know.
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice, I declared,
We're fully prepared.
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
You're just now realizing? Column A of density.
If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal can't get away.
Sorry, that was Rena.
Ryuga-san, you're good at negotiating, too.
I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender.
What are you talking about?
If the policemen surround Michan's house, then that will be insurance for the worst case scenario.
For the worst case. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
Oishi to Kuma-chan. Oishi to Kuma-chan. This is Kuma-guy.
Keiichi, both of the other people in the car have already directly stated that, like, 5 sentences ago, more.
Like, bro.
Look, I swear, sometimes I can relate to your density and your emotional thinking. Sometimes I'm like, bro, even at my worst, I would be putting this together.
Alright, this is Kuma-guy. Go ahead.
Our 2 friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed.
Roger.
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans. Then, let's get going.
Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there?
Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke.
We don't got time or appetite for tea biscuits, sir. Hydration check. And save your work. And posture check. Might also be a good idea to stretch if you haven't in a bit. So, real quick, I'll actually do the same. I have been sitting for like 3.5 hours. I need to stretch real quick. So, stretch check. Stretch if you can. Otherwise, stop shrimping over your desk or device that you're using. Relax your shoulders, relax your jaw, all that good stuff. Of course, gotta get the legs too. Okay. That ought to do. Alright.
I know he wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer from the anime, but the additional context from his internal monologue makes you realize how astoundingly dense he is.
Oh my goodness.
Both of the other people in the car.
Yeah, right. I already read that one, but yeah. But I mean, that's kind of how these horror stories go. You need to have main characters that are dense as hell. And make stupid decisions. If they were all smart, then the horror wouldn't happen. Of course, there are times where he jumps ahead of me, so... like he did earlier. But yeah, most of the time he is surprisingly dense. But I'm worried about how this may go. But let us see.
Oishi stops the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before.
Have you been to any of your friends' houses before this chapter? I think you went to, like, at the very least, Rika's not Rika, Rena's front yard in, chapter 1, but I don't know if that happened in this chapter. Well, since you're closer together, maybe? I don't know. Anyway. I've only heard that it's right down this road. It's probably why y'all meet up there. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away. We'll persuade her for sure. Oh, sorry. We'll persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. Whoever says that, yeah. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend. Be plenty careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
Let's go. Keiichi-kun.
Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Rena, you've been to Mion's house before, right?
Yeah. A few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain into their backyard, too. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere.
Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the 3 families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. If no one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. This forest, or should I say, mountain, is this all their yard?
It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's a private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in.
She could say that again. Usually she sometimes does. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Right? Sometimes I look at, like, how much land, like, some homes may have, and I'm like, how would you maintain that yard? Like, mowing a lawn already seems like a pain enough. Especially in seasons when, like, wasps are active, and wasps hate me. They will come at me. Without provocation. So, I hate mowing enough as it is. I could not imagine having to maintain, like, a farm-sized yard or something. But that's when you hire yard workers, I suppose. Anyway. Like Oishi-san said, There were security cameras hung up all over the place, though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. Better safe than sorry, assume that they all are. I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her.
I don't think she is. The only people living in Michan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. There's nobody to watch the cameras.
What a useless security system. One of the officers, like, in the woods. Nobody's watching. Write that down. Write that down.
Well, Michan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with. So whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly.
That's right. Mion's father. He was a big-shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway? I wonder if she's here.
Beep.
The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands. Palms sweaty. My palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. And so it begins. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
We stayed home today.
K-chan is one thing, but you two, Rana? You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
Let's go.
Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself, and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place. Man, those mountains in the back, I just love it. Was this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan? Yeah. This house is enormous. Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore. This place could be a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. Gotta do at least this much during the daytime. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. I will say, I find it odd that we have yet to address the elephant in the room of that she has not been to school the last couple of days, and she seems oddly energetic right now. Unless we address that when we get to the house, but I feel like, you know... I don't know. I don't know. It's just a little flag sticking out in my head. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
Keiji-kun, you're too tense. We came to see Mi-chan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous.
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were 2 of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself. What's this? Mion, what's with this stone on top of the newspapers? It's in the way. Sorry, I don't know who's saying it. I kind of... My own tension is getting to me. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. If that's it, like right there with the flowers, that's not a rock, that's a vase. Unless that's something else. I don't know. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled. Rena, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm? If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there.
Keiji-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone.
Huh? Oh, you're right. This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here. It's kind of annoying, though.
In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them.
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. I probably wouldn't... A rock feels like a weird thing to put there, because if, like, a bird falls out of the nest, they're gonna fall onto the rock. I don't like thinking about that. So, I would probably put something else there, but anyway. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other 2. A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. Oh, poor babies. I mean, I understand, but exterminating? Poor babies? When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just desserts. Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. I like the view of the water, though. That's a nice view. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could feel an elegance to this place. Probably from that table. That table is elegant AF. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. You're kidding, right? There's a terrible draft, and the winters are freezing. Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations, got it? What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. It seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm?
You don't know, Keiichi-kun? Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfalls. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is.
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa. Was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. You remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm totally okay with being a softie, and nice and warm. I hate the cold. We'll have to have a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then. No way, no way. There's no way that's happening. Watch it become a club activity. I hate the cold, and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told her she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
Still, there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter. I bet our club will be a blast then.
Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible. Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. Don't give them ideas. When did we turn into Mount Redhorn?
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. One time she made us have a Rio Carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling.
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow.
Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing? Because it's part of the challenge, dummy.
Well, Keiichi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have lots of punishment games and Rena won't lose. Ha-ha!
Don't give me that hell! I settled things with a cross chop to the head. You're sure having fun. Oh, our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returns with a pot and a complete tea set. Almost like they're trying to make us forget why we're here in the first place. Do you want some sesame senbei to go with that? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay, it's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway, right when I say it. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. It's like,
why? I know we have to, but why?
She did it. That one careless statement. Oh. Wait, she did it? That we had nearly been able to forget. I wanted... Wait, okay, hold on. Was it Rena who said that then? And with those words, the smile disappeared. She did it. Okay, so I guess she said it. Alright. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but... I'm sure it's fine. Higurashi would never try to get your guard down with slice-of-life moments, right? We totally didn't do that for, like, the beginning half of the first 2 chapters. Oh, gosh. But we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion, too, changed hers. And thus begins the heavy. It's as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are. Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. There's no poison in it or anything. What makes you think we would worry about that? No, my brain totally didn't go there. It totally did, but I didn't want to speak it. Do you distrust me that much? That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. Yeah, the poison comment really did not help with the air, honey. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Kei-chan, Rena. You're the guests. Didn't you come here for something? If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
Keiichi-kun.
It's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first.
Okay. I understand.
What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Can't do that. My little Rena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the nights of Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. So I apologize. I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. Prostrating? Prostrate? I don't know. I've seen the word. I don't remember how to say it. Anyway. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I had raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them,
I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. You've got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling, faintly. If you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, if you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, then it's okay. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please, forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem. And I wasn't happy about it.
Mi-chan, Keiichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well.
I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Rena?
You don't.
Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
Keiichi-kun, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like what Mi-chan wants too.
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I muttered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion. You called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
It was evening, before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her.
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think that?
It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room?
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
What? Is that why she would have come here? Mion, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
Then, Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her.
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway.
What are you talking about?
You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satoko-chan called.
When am I? I was not expecting a math test. Hold on. It's almost noon where you are. Last time I checked, stream started... Let me see. Stream started about 4 hours ago. According to OBS, we are at 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 5 seconds. Anyway, it's tense. It's 4 p.m. Fuck! My math is off. It was noon when stream started. Fuck. I'll have to double check my math then. I passed it. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's good to get rest. Anyway, Tensity is here. You came back in time for the tension.
Then Satoko-chan called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah. Probably just like that.
You sound just like her.
Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then, because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here. So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too.
Lure her out?
Like how, I wonder?
Mion prodded Rena on, as if trying to get the good part of an interesting story. My Catboy without the cat bit sounds wrong. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
It probably went like this. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that.
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. Considering she's currently wearing jeans, that's pretty tight. There's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything, so how do you know that much? Is that her admitting?
I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched.
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena. With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone?
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point.
I was just thinking, like, she just deduced it because she knows her friends well enough to know how they would act, and just that's the conclusion she came to. And you're basically saying, how are you getting it so right? So you're like confirming her guesses. Anyway,
so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out.
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
That's...
Are we... I was gonna say, are we about to get like a scary jump scare CG again? I'm like leaning away from the screen. I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you'd figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You've got me. You've got me. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. So you admit it. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make... Let me try that again. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
An incredible detective. Michan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us.
I laugh like a demon or screech at random. Your hobby is scaring people. You're a scare actor.
He called me an incredible detective, too.
Okay, but you also just mentioned the name of the detective she hates, so... that kind of clues her in on the fact that someone knows that y'all are here. Essentially. Anyway. Scatter, if you will, Nyan. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, see, I knew. Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Again, bro, why are you displaying your whole hand? Why? I mean, at this point, it's probably a sign of respect to someone you consider a friend, but it's like, do you really want to give that away? I mean, also, yes, you're essentially telling her she can't run, but still, it's like, dude, I don't know. You jumped the gun a little too much at times. Anyway. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. A part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
Was the mayor Michan too?
Were Tomitake-san and Takano-san you as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see the impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn. You would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now, I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and then gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader, Oria. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer, without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really all right if we ask anything, then? I shall tell you everything I know. That is why you have come here, after all. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. God damn it, Yatsu! What is your quest?
Why would you do this?
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. I mean, mostly for those two because you're friends with those two, but still. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague, and I tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. To answer that question will take some time. If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. It's funny because the pause, I was thinking the thoughts my brain had as this happened is that she paused for so long. It's almost like someone was feeding her information on what to answer with, though I doubt that that is the case. And then my brain was like, literally what you just said, Yatsu. What if grandma possession? What if her grandma possessed her or something? And then that particular line just made me feel like I had to say it out loud. Granny possession. Maybe Granny passed a little bit ago and now she's possessing her, but I guess we'll find out. Long answer? Girl, I am here for it. I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to get through this chapter and we're going to get some answers. So let's do this.
Do you know that Hinamizawa Village used to be called Onigafuchi Village?
What was that voice I just put on for her? That was not my usual voice.
Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village. Yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. That's right. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi Village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, all that decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. And the era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi Village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi Village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa Village. I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, all while old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi Village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Onigafuchi Village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War, and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At the time, Onigafuchi Village had already lost its impenetrability. The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. The sacred Onigafuchi Village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Mistake of attacking Korea, right? Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who would come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive,
Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onagafuchi Village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety toward the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onagafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage.
That's terrible.
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recall being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Well, I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all. They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again and got to work, trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted his entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family. That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa revitalized after the war. I see.
With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
The person at the middle of it all was your Nana, Michan? That's amazing. What a great success.
Yes, but let's think back to the fact that this is all coming from us asking the question of why are people dead? So, I'm willing to bet it's going to take a dark turn very fast.
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident.
The what?
Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather, Sohei Sonozaki's superior, confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the search they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever?
Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be?
I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. I feel like I've heard about this before, just not in my own history classes, but just something I came across on the internet at one point. It sounds vaguely familiar. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically... Why did I forget how to say methodically? Jesus Christ. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them to centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses,
all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I don't like this mental image. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. I didn't hear anything that insane. Like dissecting live folks, I remember hearing about that somewhere, but not that. Lord. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. Do you remember yes, I love diving down creepypasta rabbit holes. It wasn't... See, that's what I'm wondering, is like, there's a, I swear I heard about some sort of Japanese unit, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know if it was like an actual thing or a creepypasta, but I wouldn't be... I think it was supposed to be an actual thing. And I just know humanity has done enough depraved things. I don't care where it's from. But it sounded believable enough just because humanity in general, I know, can do some pretty disgusting things to others. And there's something that coattailed off of that stuff. Not surprised. I mean, it definitely is, it would be... It's a horrifying based subject. I think the creepypasta involves an orphanage of the resentful victim's soul. Interesting. Now let's see where it goes here. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. Way kinder, as in, it was still kind of fucked up, but it was not squeeze guts out of your body while you're still alive. Bad. Jesus. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods, like stealing it from citizens, to survival methods, like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control. Until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. Yeah... What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Yeah, I don't want to say it. Rena and I knew the answer without being told. Even without, like, the canned flesh incident mentioned before this, like... Just that line, what do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is, after saying taboo? That tells me enough. Fuck. So we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies, and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country. What is the use of tosses my glass. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh
And yet they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently, he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than he. So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves. They stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce, like sukiyaki, loved it the most. Come on, Mi-chan, stop. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh. And the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. The cycle of discrimination, it's never a pleasant thing. It needs to be broken. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I ask myself that same question literally every day of my life, buddy. I didn't know. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at 2 of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter why am I tripping over my tongue right now? It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. Much like towards the beginning, when Keiichi was being bothered by those bikers and suddenly was surrounded by folks of every gender and every age. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? Literally.
Pardon, don't know why I'm yawning.
Literally what I just mentioned. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years of history, the tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't. Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile, without answering. Didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onegafuchi village. So that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onegafuchi. And the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon? For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I traced out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either. The demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quickly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay?
Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, it was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking that proves that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opens the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onegafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured,
The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done, and don't feel any guilt. You caused the death of children, most likely. If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the error is decided. If I am caught and tried in a court of law, then I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders in past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can to try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan?
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan.
Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Understandably, those are y'all's friends. And Mion's friends. Like, what the how could she betray her friends like that? Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. 'Cause, yeah. Cool motive. Still murder. And not just your friends, but, like, your friends that are young children. Barely begun their lives. Like, come the fuck on, girl. Like, cool, thanks for the history lesson. Now, why'd you do it? You didn't answer the why. You gave us a history lesson. And it's a tragic history, yes. You still killed people. Anyway. Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. Really? That's it? That's it? My chest tightened. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, so she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan. I will make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on the behalf of the Sonosaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he... If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says that, if possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be alright. You're quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility. Do you promise? You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? Oh, honey. You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Yeah, but then there's... that one dumb bitch. Meow meow. Cats. Oh my god, back to the cats and dogs thing. Oh. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat. I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now. I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was not you! It was Takano, because it was Takano's idea from the start! Your survivor's guilt is wrong! Yes, you got involved. You're not the one who wanted to do any of that. You're not the one with the plan. You didn't even know it was there. Like, I get you, bro, but no, it is not your fault. If Takano wasn't there, it never would have been opened in the first place. Or if Takano didn't even have... Like, because Takano was the one who convinced Tomitake to break the lock. Like... Takano is the one at fault here. She caused everything. Because even if you didn't listen to Shion and stayed and watched Rika's dance, they still would have broken in there, and this shit would still be happening. It's Takano's fault, okay? I understand, but no. You're not your fault. Not your fault. I might as well have killed them.
Keiichi-kun?
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. Okay, that's not where you should put... If you are gonna blame yourself for not stopping Takano. But no, your curiosity was not the one at fault. Because even if you weren't there, Takano still would have done it. Not your fault. I understand. I am very much the one, I'm one of those people who takes blame for every little thing that goes wrong. And so I completely understand. But no. If, at the time, I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. Are you sure Takano would have listened to you if you tried to tell her no? She'd probably be like, I'm a grown adult. I can do what I want. Anyway. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed. Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me. Because I, as the player, can't, maybe she can. As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. Maybe I shouldn't have committed murder. Maybe. Girl. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two. I, Mion, Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them. And in such barbaric ways, too. Like, goddamn. Like, fucking Takano. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. Okay, see, I understand you, but you are also not the main issue. Takano truly was the main issue! Not saying you not bad, but everybody's like, I'm the root problem. No, I'm the root problem. Me, Takano! I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. Which is very fucked up. So, this is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them. And nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. I have a suspicion flag poking out my head. We have yet to address Shion, who supposedly also disappeared. And yes, Mion would have motive, so there's that. But you are emphasizing a lot that it's like, it's I, Mion, who did this. I, the head of the family, Mion Sonozaki. It's like, I, Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them. Like, it's weird that you're emphasizing, or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. I don't know, but I almost want you to actually show the tattoo on your back. I know Rena told you no, but I feel like I need to know. Just to be sure. It was so painful.
Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition?
Eh? As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right up my forehead.
You left Keiichi-kun alive? As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him.
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people have been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive. Really? I recall you being like, when is it gonna be my turn, bitch? Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. Why are you talking like you're not Mion? I'm beginning to wonder if I'm not overthinking. What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk. Is Soishi waiting outside?
Yes.
Any way out?
No. They said they have the place surrounded. It seems like they called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have your entire property surrounded.
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
Please, turn yourself in.
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled. Just a little.
We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself, even if she killed the rest of our friends.
Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel. So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
What is it?
30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some alone time with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. I don't know if men could go that long. It's a good question. It's if that's even what she's talking about. We shall have to see. Anyway. And it looks like I was the only one surprised about that. Bro, you really never picked up that she has a thing for you? Really?
Keiichi-kun? Is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you.
You're right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. And Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. It was me and me alone. No, it was Takano. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Probably because she knows Takano's the one who pressured you. Takano is the root of this. Jesus, man. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime. And she let me go. Amidst the fates she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun.
Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Rena. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them.
I don't want to. Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Rena couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. No matter how strong the cute mode is, no.
You're such a good kid. Only at times like this. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did. Okay. Let's go, Kei-chan. See, listen, I know Keiichi is like, sure, I don't see the problem in this. I still have tension in my guts because there is one aspect to this whole thing we have yet to address, and that is Shion. I know Shion also went onto the sacred ground, but I'm more concerned about, did Mion really call Keiichi every night pretending to be Shion? Because, yeah. Anyway. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me.
Take care of Mi-chan.
Yeah.
Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back.
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Right? That's what I'm wondering. What if it's the other sister and they just swapped place? Yeah. That's why I was like, I would like to see the tattoo on your back. Because only the head of the family should have the tattoo. But then that also, because again, because she kept being like, Mion did this, Mion Sonozaki killed them with her hands. It's like, why are you talking like Mion? I guess we'll see, yeah. But that's why I'm like, not, despite like the somber music and everything, it's like, I think some shit's about to happen. Oh, yeah, and also maybe the tattoo. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, anyway.
But with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
Watch out that she doesn't do anything rash, okay?
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
That didn't even occur to me. What's occurring to me is also that it's like, yeah, why are you the only one alive? Maybe Mion had a reason. And then it's like, oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, kills him. It could go anyway. That's the crazy thing about the writing, is that it really could go anyway. No one is safe. Not even Keiichi, who is like our POV. Anyway.
Right. I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
Okay, then go after her.
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way. But it's just so awful.
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door.
And that is our first chapter break. Okay, so real quick hydration check. Actually, it may not be our first chapter break. I don't know. What was that achievement? That was a weird achievement. Anyway, said something about Twisted Sisters. I'm hoping the achievement itself wasn't a spoiler for anyone who isn't theorizing what I'm theorizing, and I hope it didn't confirm my theory. I'd rather it be confirmed by the words, but we'll see.
Anyway, I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? It was such a modest request. I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm.
God damn it, Yatsu.
Do you get kind of nervous with your arm through mine?
Isn't this the stuff that Shion said? I feel like they're pushing it.
You're not thinking, for example, that I'd
Suddenly... Nope.
Isn't that what he told Shion? You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything? You two say the same things. I don't think that. At all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed.
Right? This man's so dense.
It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. how much strength they put into it. The sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. I see? This man is the densest motherfucker on the goddamn planet! If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion. You got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Her sister did disappear too, buddy. You sure they got along? Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. Unless you're ambidextrous. If you only had one oven mitt, would you put it on your dominant hand? Or you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. Also, what do you mean you guys have a good relationship? She might be fucking dead. Most likely. Because she also disappeared. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you lived too close together and just stopped being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. Interesting. I am straight up a righty. My right hand is my dominant. Like, full stop. I wish I was ambidextrous in any capacity. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people. But now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. They were cursed. Were they cursed, or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Why? Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. You must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time. Thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands.
There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Fucking knew it. Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly. Yeah. I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she didn't completely detest her. You sure about that? I'm still convinced she just didn't come up with a poetic death for her or anything. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me. She saved Shion, too. I don't know about that. She could still have tortured and traumatized her in some way. Like, if she's willing to kill friends she's close to, then imagine what she would do to a sister she's not very close with at all. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths. But she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." No comment. I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened, and it's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I will personally end everything. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. It doesn't matter what I see. I think it might, buddy. Like, it really depends on what kind of perspective you want on your best friend who killed people before she goes away forever. Do you want to convince her that maybe it's not a good idea to go see? To try to keep some sort of semblance of kindness, I guess, in your final thoughts of her? Or do you want to... I feel like... Do you want the truth or a mirage? That's how we're looking at it. A truth or a soft vision. Anyway. Yes? Mion Sonozaki, despite killing my other friends, is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. Even if you killed 2 little girls in the process. It never will. Press X to doubt. The treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Rena both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally, what will you offer my people instead? Bitter truth, virtuous suffering. Right. Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest. Into the deepest part. Wasn't there a warning that there might be snakes out here? After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. Probably eagerly looking for them cicadas that keep screaming. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while. It was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. The smell of death, huh? If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably... my thoughts exactly. She won't change. You sure? I'll say it as many times as I need to. Listen, your optimism is sweet, but I don't think you're ready. Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have, even if she killed people! I clenched my fists. Are you telling yourself this or her? I'm starting to think he's telling this to himself. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Mion is my greatest friend. I am nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Don't say that like it's not related to you. I'm still not fully convinced that this isn't like Shion somehow playing swapsies. You're Mion. You're not a demon. You're a human with human... I'm trying to remember. Was it... I feel like there was somebody... One of the sisters said something along the lines about being a demon at some point earlier in the game. Was that Shion who said it? I don't remember anymore. The twins are confusing me! Ah! You're a human with human blood, and you're my friend. And then you see the most horrifying thing on the planet, and you're like, what human could do this? I genuinely don't think you're ready. Epic, truly living rent-free in my mind at all hours. Let's see. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. Maybe it would have been better to put that on the storage house. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter. Just like the ritual storehouse. Except this one did not look as cheap as the one at the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. Cicadas, maybe? I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch. And how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. Alright, get ready for a possible shocking CG, y'all. I don't know what we may see or if it'll just be described, but we gonna find out. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. Or soon it might. Anyway. You better hope she doesn't want to kill you right now, because if so, they're never gonna find you. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel. That or the winged insects that flew out were in fact cicadas, and cicadas are somehow in here. They do burrow. Usually when they hibernate, but still. Or whatever it is they do when they get... I think it's hibernate is the term used for it. They sleep underground for a few years. Anyway. Uh-huh. That is certainly a horror movie staircase right there. Hold on. Can I, what's the toggle for hiding? No. I was wondering if I could... Oh yeah, hide text box. There we go. This is very much, a horror movie setting. But also, I will say, a little attention to detail. I like how it's actually a little bit lighter or worn down on the parts of the stairs, like right where someone would, like, walk along the wood most. It's a nice touch. Artistically speaking. That would be the most worn part of the floor, despite all the dankness on the rest of the floorboards. It's a nice touch. Nice touch. Nice attention to detail artistically. Anyway. Do not compliment the villain's house. Listen, if the villain got a beautiful water fountain in front of their house, I'm gonna compliment it. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments. All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onegafuchi village. Unless it's my lair. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families. But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult. I can imagine why. You'd never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonozaki family built this. A secret place, so that we could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi, even in modern times. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door. And inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. So that comfort you had that those instruments haven't been used in a long time, officially out the window. Yep, ritual storehouse. With different lighting. Hold on. I want to say, was it? What was it? Was it tea? Was it tea? I don't know if it's tea. Anyway. Yep. Very much. At least I don't see any visible dead children. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. Wait, so are the ones in the storehouse replicas? And y'all... If so, that is messed up. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Whoop. There we go. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood. The walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you could see in bathrooms. And there was even a drain set amidst the slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet. Perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. I mean, that looks like wood paneling, not tiles to me, but I guess, you know, why remake the background for a fully designed background asset already? Anyway. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent, after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. Oh god, is she pointing at one of them? There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. Their seats for the audience. I see. Audience. I see. Okay. This is actually, Meow, this is getting worse. I'm still not convinced. I'm still convinced she might try to kill him. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent, after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Still... I couldn't speak. I couldn't think of anything to say, anyway. Other than what the fuck. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Remember, she said I just need half an hour, so remember, the clock is ticking. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watanagashi very well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. What? A spectator? Me? I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi ceremony. I just imagine a psychosis-induced silence in the peanut gallery as she... Yeah. Yeah. I doubt this is like French Revolution, guillotine the bourgeoisie levels of celebrating in the streets. Yeah, no. I don't think that counts, but anyway. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh. Back there is the prison. Is she on there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. I feel like because of his density, he also forgot how someone probably Mion, was posing as Shion and calling him on the phone for a couple of nights, like, bro. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small, barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Do you really want to know this, my guy? Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko? Oh, different background. Their corpses? I grimaced at her, having said it so outright. Yeah, that's right. The poor things being left here in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. Looks like it's time for you to go to hell, basically. But you threw them down the well? I'm sorry. I don't know if that's any better. So I can't even see their faces in death. Probably for the best if they had pained expressions. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. I think she's still I think it's still worth a punch. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend, who murdered children. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan? Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? There's no visual accompaniment for this one. Are you hurt? No. Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. I mean, understandable, her abuser and torturer. This one. Probably the sight of her is enough to trigger. Right. Shion, how have you been? No more? Please? No more? I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me right now. Sis! Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's going to be alright. So calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. Remember when Mion was the cute girl at the sweet shop that we called in reinforcements for? You mean Shion? Shion was the one we called in reinforcements for. Unless these two did a switcheroo and the one we are currently staring at on screen is Shion. I'm still not entirely sure. Because hold on. Let me look at the log real quick. Calm down, Shion. Everything is over. Let's see. Shion. Okay, so you are the one saying, Shion, have you been? And then no more. And then you just say sis. You're not saying Mion. The girl in the cell is not calling her Mion. The only ones name dropping right now are you, or are Keiichi calling her Shion, and quote-unquote Mion also calling her Shion. And we already know Shion will play along with whatever narrative Keiichi believes. Like, she even played along a bit with when he thought she was Mion, just putting on a new front. So, and Kei-chan is the nickname they both use, so I am not seeing a solid confirmation either way. I am feeling suspect towards both of them. Like, is this Mion? Is this Shion? I don't fucking know. What should I get for dinner? Not human flesh. That's it. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. Also, thinking about it. Okay, thinking back to when they would interact. I feel like Shion did the more assertive things towards her sister. So, and in a calm manner at that. So I'm wondering. I don't know. I just, my brain is telling me that this twin that we're staring at on the screen right now, that might actually be Shion. I have no reason to believe it, but I also don't have a way to fully deny it either. After all, the twin mystery was a prevailing thing going on at the beginning half of this story. And after re-going through chapter 1 for stream, little important details were constantly laid out that I was picking up on when going through it the second time. So I bet the twin confusion was very much on purpose. Maybe even for this moment. Only one way to find out, though. Let's see. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. Quietly.
Relax. I won't kill you. No. I won't kill you just yet. I fucking knew it. And they will never find him. Sorry, Rana. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please, stop! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now! I don't want anyone else to die!
Okay, but also thinking about it, the real torture, I am 100% certain this is Shion now, because I thought of it. Thinking of, like, I don't want to watch anyone else die. The other people she would have killed in front of Shion. Or, sorry, if this is Shion, then the people she killed in front of Mion were her friends. While this one has no strong attachment to, like, just casually saying, yeah, I killed them. And, like, no remorse whatsoever. And also, no offense, Yatsu, but nah, I'd rather not play any other audio right now. I appreciate the offer, though. So I'm convinced this is actually Shion, who's torturing her sister. Because she's jealous that her sister is the heir, while she gets diddly squat just because she was born, like, maybe 2 minutes later. And to torture her sister. Because remember in the first half, she really got to her sister by hanging all over Keiichi in front of her and acting like they were a thing and, like, really, like, trying to take it. Didn't she even say, I'll even take him from you, essentially? Like, getting oddly possessive just because it would bother her sister. Meanwhile, I don't know. I just feel like Shion loves her friends so much that there's no way she could just kill them without remorse. So I am... Did I say Shion? I meant Mion. Like, so, but having your sister parade around as you to get your friend's trust and then go and kill them in front of you, possibly thinking that... With the friends possibly thinking that they're being killed by someone that's their friend. Like, they are full of misery, and then Mion would be full of misery because their friends are getting killed by someone parading around as them. That is true torture. And what made it click for me was when she said, don't kill Kei-chan, I don't want to see anyone else die. That's when I was like, wait, that would be the real torture. Shion, of course, any real human would be upset watching another person get killed. Watching all of your loved ones be killed in front of you and you, by someone masquerading as you, and you can't do anything to stop it. That is torture. And also that explains why she panicked upon seeing her sister, not just because her sister is there, aka the source of all of her trauma, but because her sister is there with the boy she totally has a crush on, and her best friend, basically just one of the closest friends she could possibly have, that she totally has a thing for. It's like, you're gonna kill him in front of me too? Like, yeah. No. I am convinced that this one in front of us right now, on the screen, I am convinced that this is Shion, and Mion, the one we know, is the one that's in the cage. I am convinced. And I talked over the laughing too much, so anyway. If you want to die that badly, then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Hey, quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No! Kei-chan, run away! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Yep, you're dead. You're dead. That is the face of someone who's about to kill you. Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding in the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then, my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Ah, yes. What do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that. Let's do that! Mion, I'm still convinced this is actually Shion, but anyway. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it and one of my shoes fell off. No! Please stop, sis! Please stop! Shion's emotions exploded outward and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. Was the word held supposed to be there? I think it's supposed to be she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. Anyway. My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural bravado was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best. Mion, my big sister, I beg you. Mion. Nani? I beg you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. I'm still not fully convinced, even with the one in the cage calling her Mion. What if it's like, you better stick with the narrative? What if basically pushing her to stick with the narrative? I'm not fully convinced! I'm convinced the one in the cage is the one that we know. For realsies. The actual one. Anyway. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Right? Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference. One that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since, come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes, thank you so much. Alright then, let's hear you apologize for everything. Then, maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go. Mion said she might let me go. But she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. See, another reason is because, again, in their interactions, Shion, again, was always kind of curt and scoffed at her sister a lot, while her sister kept getting awkward, like, feeling awkward and flustered. The way they're acting right now is more in line with that. So, again, just for me further believing the one behind the bars is the one we know. You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? That just will not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. No! Wait, sis! One more chance! Just one more chance! Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that'll get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once, and if you even get a letter wrong, you're out. Got it? Yes, yes. Thank you, sis. Oh. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully, from beginning to end, with all your heart. If you can do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes, thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew, well, would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister's listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind... You're so close, bro! You're so close! Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless sow, not fit to even lick her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place... Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up! I reflect on how impertinent I've been, and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So, Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. Hopefully loud enough that it got heard in the forest because, or hopefully, like, the police surrounding us noticed. Please, please! That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. Confederate Yuki, thank you for the follow. You came at such a tense time. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you so much for the follow, Big Priest. She laughed from her stomach, and I hope you're doing well. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. Alright already. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable. Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back, and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
Sis, only kill me. Please forgive him.
Don't worry, alright. I'll be sure to kill you real good. After letting you get an earful of Kei-chan's screams, that is.
No!
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Jesus Christ, no. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. However this goes, potential torture... I'm trying to think of other words for bodily harm. Trigger warning for that shit, because that might be happening soon. Considering torture chamber and how things are going right now. And also, this is a horror story, so... And he died in chapter 1. Mutilation. Yes, that works. So trigger warning for torture, mutilation, that sort of stuff. Possibly not seen, but definitely will be graphically written out. Especially considering in chapter 1, Keiichi already died, so nothing saying he can't die here too, because weird wibbly wobbly timey wimey bullshit. Anyway. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. Hi, Ganva. Yes, you did tune in at a very interesting moment. Possibly one of the most gruesome moments that's happening in this chapter, but I guess that makes sense for a finale, but, fuck. Alright, she forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. Oh, wait, hold up. Just the hands. Okay, so from the tiny amount of Higurashi as osmosis that I took in, and shit that told me I probably would not be able to handle watching it when I first came across it, I'm concerned about where this is about to go, because this, if it goes where I think it's gonna go, I am going to be cringing like hell, because I don't like certain visuals, descriptors, related to what may happen. But we'll see. There's 2 images that popped in my head about where this could go, but since it's focusing on the hands right now, I'm scared.
Sis, don't kill him! Sis!
The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please enjoy Kei-chan's young screams is a weird way to put it. Also, Ganva, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry that it's at a torture scene. Give it a fucking rest. Thank you! The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looks like Mion. Yep, back in here. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I haven't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Because I have a feeling you are who we saw as Shion, and you lie a lot, if that's the case. Anyway. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you'd see on a harpoon. Okay, this might be fingernail removal torture, which is definitely a torture I cannot handle if it's going this way, because just letting you know. just think of that because Hammer. Hammer does not make me think of the other scene in my brain. But we shall see, I guess. Apologies to anybody else who also cringes at thoughts of fingernail removal. Anyway.
I'll let her hear the screams of all the people that died.
What is this game? It's a visual novel called Higurashi, When They Cry. This is specifically Chapter 2. We're in the final sub-chapter of Chapter 2. And it's not even a game, really. We're just reading through it. There hasn't been a single choice to make or anything, so it truly is that, like, by definition, visual novel. It's a novel with visuals. Let's see.
I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've got pretty good taste, huh?
I am not in the mood to laugh right now, honey.
Who are you? Huh?
I'm Mion. Mion Sonozaki. I doubt it.
Has the fear driven you crazy?
No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted. It's like, there's no way you're Mion, and then you immediately refer to her as Mion. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
I see. Then, if I'm not Mion, who am I?
A demon.
Huh?
You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back!
Kei-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear?
Don't touch me! You damn demon! Give her back! Give Mion back! My best friend! Give Mion back! Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open. You're still referring to her as Mion. I'm surprised you're not saying that demon. Anyway. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I mean, she wasn't kidding when, before we came in here, she said, the Mion you know, if you step in here, that... basically saying that Mion is gonna die. You know what I'm just realizing? This is also a parallel to, like, all the signs being there to say, don't go in there. Just like with the ritual storehouse during the festival. All the signs saying, don't go in there. And then his curiosity being pushed by Sonozaki led to this. And if he didn't do it, things may turn out better. If he chose not to follow her in there, then the one in the cage, maybe this shit wouldn't be happening, and the one in the cage may not have had to beg to die first, and that's not happening. But anyway. The parallels, seriously, the writing in this is good, if not honestly horrifying, but overall, like, thematically. Thumbs up. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. Lots of laughter. I'm not laughing that much. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. You really are a piece of work, you know that? In this very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you. And you're trying to reject me? I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world. If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I won't accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon! Kei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. And she laughs. I'm yelling for my best friend to come back, and you're laughing. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion! Mion! Where did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight. Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails into the tip of my left pinky. You know what? Probably for the best for you to go before the torture fully goes through, if that's what's about to happen. But yeah, go get that sustenance, Yatsu. Do what you gotta. Go get food, man. It's better to get food before the torture happens. Oh, you're shifting to bubble? Okay. Well, I apologize if this destroys your appetite, then. Anyway, yeah, this looks like it's definitely gonna be fingernail removal torture. I'm gonna be very... I'm already getting shivers. Ugh. Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. My sides hurt like they're about to split. Is that all? I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well. Why? Why? Why would you... Shion? Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't in acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining, little by little. At the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though, so I'll tell you just one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time
before the demon came to live inside me. It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence. But I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep. I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes. The real question, is it a demon or psychosis? That's the real question in these scenarios, isn't it? Like, some people even wondered, like, with chapter 1, I tried not to look too deep into it in case someone tried spoiling later chapters, but for chapter 1, with all the events with, like, his friends, you know, putting scary faces on or, like, attempting to hurt him or torture him or stuff like that, they were like, what if he's actually hallucinating it? What if they're not actually crazy or something? You know, stuff like that. That's something that's going on with the chapter so far, is what is real, and, like, is this all really happening? Is it demons, or is it just something mental? It's actually not clear. We have yet to see any concrete evidence of it being a demon. Yet these acts are so insane, it's hard to imagine a real person actually doing this. So it makes you want to hope that it's a demon. Which is funny. That was something Keiji kind of went back and forth on in chapter 1 as well. Like, is this really a curse, or is it just people being horrible? What is it? And like, either answer would suck. So that's something I guess we're just gonna have to progress through more chapters and find out. Oh boy. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I feel like you could summarize the entire game with a screenshot of this moment. Do you understand, Keiichi? In a very ominous looking room, and him being like, I don't. Because he's such a tense motherfucker. This is a summary of the game right here. Sometimes he's a smart cookie, but it's like, it's a roll of the dice on if he's actually gonna notice or not. Oh my gosh. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. Writers, I know you're probably also uncomfortable with what's happening, but you forgot the close quotation. Anyway. At the time, if you had given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. The doll I got. See, this doesn't even prove. See, this might be trying, the writers being like, all right, this was a moment Mion went through, so Mion knows about this. This is supposed to be evidence that it's actually Mion. For me, I'm like, nah. Shion knew about it too. So I'm still not fully convinced that the one in front of us is actually our friend. Everything I've seen about Shion
it could easily be Shion. But also knowing how Chapter 1 worked, where it's like, like, with what happened with Rena, like, like, that's just the thing. This game makes you, this story, because it's not really a game, this story makes you question everything. It's incredible. Anyway. That's all I got. That's all I got. We had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. All the way back in sub-chapter 1. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But, you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon, it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small. But you're the one who set it up. I also see what you're doing here. She's trying to really torture him by playing into the whole, it is your fault that this happened. We could logic that it wasn't his fault about the storage, the ritual storehouse, because yes, that was Takano who started that. It was her fault. It was her actions. She was the one who's like, let's do it, and went through with it regardless of if we wanted to or not. This goes all the way back to chapter 1. So basically, it's trying to go so far back to say butterfly effect or domino effect. This was the first domino. The first domino was earlier than you thought. You caused all of this just from that one moment. She's trying to torture him so he may actually scream in agony from realizing he did this to Mion. Or this is what she's trying to plan in his head. That going with him believing this is Mion in front of him. She is trying to plant in his head that it truly is his fault, not for the taboo, but for that one little moment. That one insignificant moment, which was probably insignificant to him. It was all his fault. That one moment caused all of this to happen. He's the one who made Mion lose to this demon. And she wants that to be planted in his head so he can agonize over it and then have more agonizing screams that the twin in the cage will have to listen to. She's playing a mental game. All the more reason why I do think this is who we saw as Shion. Dressed as Mion. And going along with it. Anyway. Yep, you're the one who set it up. That can't... Me? If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough? For you to die in peace? A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up? That can't be. Can it? It's working. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are, without a doubt, the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. Again, this is knowledge Shion has and could use against him. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today, I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mia looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Rena told me at the time, and now she herself... No, the demon was telling me. It's the only way for a tense idiot like me to be cured. To die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret. Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger. Like it's not removing the nail, but in the joint. What? Then, I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb. And then I'll go back to your pinky and nail into the joint in the middle. Oh my god. That is still making my hand cringe. It may not be nails, but it's still... Oh my god. I am holding my hands that's not on my mouse very close to my chest right now, like, and tightly hidden. Like, nope, 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 nope. Do not like. Oh god. Like, my pinky just is feeling very uncomfortable right now. Like, I need to wiggle it to let it know that it's safe. Oh god, that's fucked up. And so on, until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I guess the other thumb joint... I was like, wait a minute. Looking at my thumb. Let's see, there's 1, 2... Hold on, 1, 2... If you include the knuckles, then there's the other joint for the finger. It's like you got the one behind the nail, the one in the middle, then the knuckle. And then for the thumb, you got the one behind the nail, which looks like it's in the middle. Then you got the part where it attaches to your hand. Are you also talking about the part of your thumb that... Yes, I guess it is part of your thumb because it moves with your thumb, like the one down to the wrist? Otherwise, listen, I hate to actually you when you're in the process of preparing to torture me, but I don't think you mean 15. Anyway, I could be in the wrong though, but anyway. Point is, yeah. Listen, I know you're about to torture me, but your quote, but I don't think there's 15, and then she'd probably be like, fuck it, I'll hammer more in there. Want to lose your nails on top of that? Oh, God. And then go to the right. Yep. Yep. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Yeah, 14 for the fingies and 1 for the palm. She didn't mention the palm, though, which is why I was like, where's number 15 coming from? Unless you're going all the way down to, like, where the thumb connects to the wrist. I really don't know. She never did say math was her best subject. Presumably the 15th is the base of the first metacarpal, since that's where the thumb connects to the palm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. I can't believe we're... This is supposed to be an emotional, terrifying torture scene, and we're sitting here looking at our hands like, mathing? Hold on. 15? What? Like, just by having her say 15, all tension broken, like, wait, hold on. Checking. Because I was even thinking, it's like, wait, that would be like, it's like, oh yeah, 3 for each finger. Wait, the thumb's a little different. Hold on. Yep, my hand doesn't feel as tortured now, but it might in a few seconds. Alright. But also, yes, fingertips, because those are, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, yes. Very true, very true.
There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt. I couldn't even twitch. I just imagined the MC having 3 weirdos chatting it up right now. Just going, they's in the middle of torture right now. Is this the best time? Yeah, it's like, guys, they're about to put nails through my joints. Why are y'all discussing how many the accuracy of the joint count? Meanwhile, the twin in the cell downstairs still screaming and sobbing. But also, I could not imagine not even being able to twitch your hands when it's like this antsy. Don't like the thought. And now I wiggle my hand so it knows it's free. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now?
If this will satisfy your demon, Mion. If this will sate the demon, then do to me what you will. Are you serious?
Although it has long been debated if the thumb has 2 phalanges and a metacarpal or 3 phalanges.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do we count that one? Green-haired anime girl over here making me question her math for torture. And biology now. Or anatomy, biology. How hands work. Bone structure. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion. This is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things.
Mion was silent.
This is too much for the camera. Please start the show.
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. Yeah, that's what I thought when I was like, anatomy or biology? I was like, wait, biology might be the whole organism. Hold on. So yeah, thank you for correcting me on that one, or clarifying, I guess. So, anatomy, got it. Forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You... After all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself? Truly an anime protagonist here. Dense, but big heart. It's a good question. It kind of depends on what food they have in Suwon, or if you just want the comfort of McDonald's. Actually, I don't know if Korean McDonald's might be better than current McDonald's, at least compared to the McDonald's I've had recently. Roll the dice or flip a coin. The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, Are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise me 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. There we go. Are you happy now? I begged for my life. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. In reality, she's about to torture the fuck out of me. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon, after all. I guess there's nothing I can do then. I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. There better not be sound effects. Okay. Do it. I've prepared myself already. So do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. The suspense. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. K-chan, I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh? My third wish? To save me? I believe technically your third wish was stay alive. The third is to leave me alive. Yeah. Saving and leaving alive is a difference. And yeah, it's all good, you know. And you know what they say, or what one of my teachers said about stuff you learn. Use it or lose it, which is very true. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I want to see what the other 2 were, just to be sure. Forgive Shion, and the demon disappears. And this one, it's like, no, your third wish was technically to live. There's a difference between saving and living. My third wish? To save me? She'll agree to it? Your first wish? To save Shion? That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion, that won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, it will be just a body. Because the Oni has taken it over. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things like that she won't ever come back. At one point I was actually planning to study epidemiology, unless that didn't really work out. Ah, dang. It sounds like a very fascinating field to go into. And I mean that genuinely. Just trying to keep it short because we've been going for like nearly 7 hours. We're at 6:49:11. And it's also 4:30, so I should really get through this chapter. I knew this was going to be long, but this long? Sheesh. Okay, wait. Let me double check the log. She won't ever come back. Right, okay. Can you hear it? That sound? Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam? Slam? It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. Oh my god! You're late, so Rena probably called Oishi. That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise. Is it a taser? You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit. Was that what you hit me with before? It's not a toy children should be playing with, you know. You're right. She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Ladies, gents, and all those between and beyond, he can think! He can think and put two and two together. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way. I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. Oishi will be here soon. This'll only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. That's it, the Mion in front of me can fuck off, get dunked on. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then, it will be the demon that inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Flashbang? Un momento. I'm wondering if some of these are slightly out of order. Because before I got a, sorry about that. But before this happened, the achievement we got was sorry about that, Twisted Sisters. Now we have the achievement, Twisted Sisters, Learn the Truth. I don't feel like I learned any sort of truth. So I don't know, we'll see. Don't worry, we can fix her! I don't know, man. We're gonna need one hell of an exorcist to get that demon out. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, blank prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. I thought she did have an age. Oh well. Somewhere in her teens. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oryo Sonozaki. Wait, what? You kidnapped your own... What happened to your grandma? Your grandma wasn't kidnapped, was she? Weird. Oryo Sonozaki. Shion Sonozaki. Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Rika Furude. And Satoko Hojo. Imprisoned them and killed them. Wait a minute. Wait. Kidnapped Shion and killed... Shion was not killed, my guy. I don't think, anyway. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence. Oops. Our bad. But it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. Yeah. From an officer who was like, fuck that, I'm gonna do my own thing. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Rena Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's scary. Anyway. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons. Oryo Sonozaki. Oh my god, you really did? What? When? Damn, girl! Oryo Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we have still not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident. And as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the belief of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things. But I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. Damn. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money, every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. Like, pack up the family and move, or...
I see. You're moving, huh?
I was gonna say, your parents talked and then moved away. Did they bring you, or...
When?
At the end of next month. I won't even have been in Hinamizawa for half a year.
I'll be lonely.
Right? Because all the others in the friend group are gone.
I'm the only one.
Yeah.
I'm the only one left.
Rena smiled sadly. If I had just said, yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there where she had disappeared to? Or what was there where she had disappeared to? That felt like a weird one to say. Because we have what, where, I don't know. Anyway. I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kinds Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family. And live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. You're talking afterlife. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one. After school club in hell. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one. And for many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. But there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Team Ian. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts.
the lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. That's all that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it wasn't an import from England or something. It was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products. But when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this, for the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into the fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard, and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. Gee, I wonder who that is, and if I should be scared or not. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the winds, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. Also, didn't she say if it is her, didn't she say if you ever see her again? No, because it'll be the demon. Anyway. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out front, through the gap in the curtains. And the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. Knew it. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Demion. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, and flung on my coat atop my pajamas and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling this would be our final parting. Well, did you grab the doll? Did you grab the doll that you have been holding on to on the off chance you see her again, and then poof, here she is? So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. Good. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house. Mion? It's been a while since I almost killed you. How are you? Been doing all right? It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did.
Pardon?
It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. Are you all right hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. I am on the run after all. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. Real quick hydration check. Also save your work. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you all right? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now. But I can tell. Excuse me. I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me to take me away. Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give you, Mion. This doll. Why did you cut yourself off? I had wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... What? What was that noise? Oh my god, you really... Like, I had to do this one last thing. I had to make sure I actually killed you. Damn it. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and... How could she hide something like that? How did you let her? Okay. And stabbed me. And pushed it in tight. And took it and twisted it me on. Didn't she say, if you see her, it's not her, it's the goddamn demon? Hey, what? It hurts. I made it. I made it. It's more like a hee-hee, but whatever. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot. It was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it and then took a few steps back and cackled. And now she's going with a G. How would you even laugh with a G? Ha 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 ha. I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. Does that mean you also got your sister? You found your sister and got her? It's like, I had one left. I had one left on the hit list. And I got it. Checkmate. I'm not even gonna come close to laughing like that. The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me. Of course, they came back to you now, you dense motherfucker. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon. Me on. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. Once again, our hero, everyone, truly a paragon of human intellect. Correct. I was even thinking, be like, hey, catch, and like gesture for her to catch the doll and throw it over. That would have been your best bet. Like, why did you let... Bro. I kind of get it. But also, this is the same bitch that killed all your other friends. And, like, I understand missing your friend, but, like, I think your friend was gone by this point, okay? Even without her final words, I would have kept a distance. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for Mion. Dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? Curse it. I would say curse it. Maybe curse your intellect. My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought from Eon, the blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. I thought, hey, maybe he'll actually survive this chapter. Nah. Nah. Wow. That's what you get for No, I shouldn't say that's what you get. But seriously, you should have remembered her words that she was... God! June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, Censored Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. Okay, when did his parents wake up? Because that's hours of bleeding out. He's probably dead. Wait, did they say he was dead? Violent incident, but not marked as dead. He escaped death! Maybe he does get to live! Whew! Bro? That is... That's 2 times you basically narrowly dodged death somehow. Okay, don't let it happen again. His brain isn't using much... Wow. His brain isn't using much oxygen. He probably had a few extra hours. But damn. The criminal fled the scene. Yeah, no shit. You really think she's gonna stick around laughing over his corpse for several hours and then his parents are like, what's that sound? Why does it sound like someone's laughing outside? Is that our son in a pool of blood with a girl laughing over him? And then she flees? Like... I would have put the criminal fled the scene, like, before that, but anyway. On the same day, at approximately the same time as what? 2 a.m.? Oh. Never mind. I actually briefly remember this as well. Or vaguely. Not briefly. Vaguely. Remember like a clip of this. I think I know what this is. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, Censored Prefecture. Yeah, she's just been standing there like, come on, it's been 2 hours, I'm losing my voice. A fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, Censored Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Interesting, because if this is actually what I was thinking, then that just confirms my theory. I would have to check the anime clips to be sure. Anyway. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informs the manager. Alternatively, yes. Okay, if this is the case, then yes. Demion found a sister and got to her. So, yeah, she killed everybody she wanted to kill. AKA everybody that mattered. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. Oof. I still might watch the anime clips just to be sure. Oh yeah, except him. She thought she got him. But damn. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded just like 2 sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believed this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa Village, perpetrated by said incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. Maybe. Maybe. It was her, like, celebrating her. No, they said it was at about the same time as Keiichi, so no, it couldn't have been Demion actually, like, celebrating her victory and then falling off the... Shion got tortured to the point of being highly mentally unstable. So, let's see, did she fight the demon? Entirely possible. Yeah, it could have been, since they were twins and had the same voice, it's entirely possible that this actually was Demion. And if that's the case, that confirms my theory that Demion was actually Shion the whole time. Hard to say, though, since Shion has been bouncing from place to place every day since, well, quote-unquote, Shion. I don't know. It's kind of like a big fat question mark as well. Let's see. We believe this was related to the... Yeah, couldn't find... Right. Read this. Could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. So it is possible that it was Demion trying to fight the inner demon, or Demion is just that great at hiding her tracks. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. A reverse POV murder mystery. Like Death Note, but good. That is a hot take, bro. I haven't seen Death Note in years, so I can't... I have no thoughts. I don't even think I saw it all the way through. Also, wouldn't that... Would the show Dexter... Not Dexter's Lab, but the serial killer Dexter... Would that fall under that? Death Note is average at best. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt. Censor that word in the VOD in the future, thank you. Based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts. Removing oneself from the server and homicide. Damn. I will say, I remember seeing a brief clip. Oh, and I thought Death Note got bad after the first... Oh, shit, there's more. You know what? Entirely fair. Most of the opinions I've seen is like, alright, after... I don't want to say... Even if it's an old manga / show, I don't want to say major spoilers, but after a certain thing happens to a major character, it seems like a lot of people just kind of dropped off it. If you know, you know. Don't dislike it quite as much as I used to after a rewatch, but Yoshikage, forget his actual name, actually solves the case for like 2 episodes in, and the show only lasts as long as it does because everyone in that show is utterly incompetent. Darth Vader kills Voldemort! Wait. No, that works. That would probably be a better... That would probably be a phenomenal thing to see. A double door. Yeah, it's been a while, so yeah. I remember Death Note at the peak of its, like, popularity, like when it was airing on, like, Adult Swim and whatnot. But yeah, I never formed any major opinions other than thinking, that was pretty cool. Doomslayer. Alright. Anyway, it is like 5:16. How much longer? I did not expect these last 2 chapters to take this long, even with the tangents I've had. Ah, boy. Only for 5 minutes, understand? Please, try not to excite him. Yes, yes, I'll be careful. Who's talking? What are we talking about? Clack, clack. The door opened, and, as I expected, Oishi-san came in. Hello, hello, my Bara-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been since then? Define then. The never-ending story. Oh no, it'll end soon. Just how much shit are we gonna put Keiichi through? Is it like, oh yay, he gets to live. Nope, he dies. Nope, he gets to live. Are we gonna have a he dies twist after this too? I joke, but I would not be surprised if that is the case. Anyway. Tell me, how have you been since then? Define then. Do you mean, like, since I got stabbed or before that? The doctor says my post-operative recovery seems to be going smoothly. But I think I got worse when I saw your face. You wound me. Sorry, too soon? Bro. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital. Windows just randomly set my volume back to 50, apparently. Thank you for the hearing damage, Discord, please. Oh my god. Thank you, Windows. Excuse me, Mrs. Maibara. Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiichi-kun for just a few moments? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Mom, sorry, just a little while. Just 5 minutes, okay? Oh boy, tinnitus. Man, every time someone mentions tinnitus, I just start detecting the ringing that's constantly in my ears. I swear to God. Anyway. Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. Forgot I even had my computer unmuted. I'm watching on my phone. Fair enough. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room. A room to yourself. How high class. My old lady always gets a shared room, you know. It is quite lively, however. Well, I mean, considering... Actually, I don't know if it's a good thing for this kid to be all by himself. Or have a room to himself. It might be a little too open to for someone to sneak in and be like, alright, for realsies this time. Stab. It seems like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that. The sicker you are, the prouder you are. Or maybe the more arrogant. Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes. Oh, I've had tinnitus since I was born or close to it, long past the point. What if the demon come, right? Yeah, I've, like, always had a ringing in my ears to the point where I'm like, there are people who don't have that when it's too quiet? Really? Wow. I wish I knew what it was like. Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes. I would like it if these were the last 5 minutes we ever saw each other. Harsh. I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa anymore. And this isn't in Hinamizawa anymore either. Waiting for him to take off a rubber mask. Surprise Surprise MC-kun, it's Demion. Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya. Mind if I take a seat? Down we go. This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. Like the one the mayor went to for his hemorrhoids. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. When does it look like you'll get transferred? Dunno. I'm ready to go whenever, though. Yeah, probably want to leave all this shit behind now. Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there. Please don't come to where I'm transferring. I really will get worse then. Man, you really do hate me. It may just be my job, but that stings. That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs in atonement. You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, there aren't actually cookies in there. I was gonna say, wasn't it a bag of candy? Look. Oishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and... What? A bunch of screws? Anybody else's family have that? With, like, it looks like a cookie tin, and then you open it, and it's like, what the frick are all these little doodads? Ow! Ow! I'm stretching my scar! I didn't know what you were into, my Bara-san, so I brought all sorts of things. I hope you like edible. I'm kidding! I'm kidding! See? All sorts of cute-looking ones, to westerns, to comic strips. Lately, they've... Bro, did you bring him porn? Lately, they have this sort of H manga aimed at girls, too. It's totally porn, isn't it? Yeah, it's porn! Don't bring porn in here! But, dude, his mom is here. Come on. Take them away and go home. Ow, 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 ow. I thought for sure a healthy young person like you would be feeling a little needy, being cooped up in a place like this for so long. Listen, also, considering where he was stabbed, it may hurt a bit to try to let one out in here. Also, it's a little weird, buddy. If you stay here too long, the only fetish you'll end up with is a nurse one, you know? There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses, after all. Oh boy. Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open. My god, bro. You're like that uncle who maybe takes the jokes a little too far. You need to be a more all-around type of person. I gave Oishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. The incident with Shion-san really was unfortunate. That's the understatement of the century, my guy. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities. Accident, ejecting yourself, and homicide. But it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. It couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. The criminology guys were saying it had to be a self-deletion, but I'm of the same opinion as you, my Bara-san. She pushed Shion-san, and also stabbed you. In one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today. Yes. We actually did find her. Okay. You found her. Did you grab her? Or did you just see her? What? Ow, 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 ow. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I'm surprised you're still feeling any of this right now, my guy. I understand grieving your friend who is no longer your friend, but last time you saw her, she was fully gone and tried to kill you by stabbing after unsuccessfully trying to kill you before. I felt many other things, too. My heart was a maze of emotions. That's not all. In the Sonozaki House catacombs, we found a hidden well. Just as you said, my Barasan, we found the remains of all those who disappeared at the bottom. I see. Well, now they can be put to rest proper. That sliver of hope, that possibility I'd believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive. Why did you even still have a sliver of that, my guy? Just from the fact that their remains hadn't been found. Gone. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot. It was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up there. And when we went all the way down, there was another tunnel built there going through it. When we followed it a few hundred meters, we found ourselves at the mouth of an old, unused well in the mountains. I wonder if it was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built. Probably was. Maybe it was made in the Meiji era. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So, everyone's remains were at the bottom? Yes. Even deeper down than the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar. They'd been casually thrown into there. They had fallen from a fairly high spot, so their remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to pull their bodies up. Did you find them all? I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yes, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old. We think there were at least 3 people. I suppose it's the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. I wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. It's a scary thought. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulder the whole time. Mion. We've currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone City decades ago. People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons cases that have been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. Smart. Oh, right. This is a bit of a detour. But you know Rika Furude-san, right? Of course. She's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? This is the first I've heard of it. Rika-chan has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, we found it in her shirt pocket. A syringe. It was destroyed, though, so we couldn't identify the medicine. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything. I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her. The Sonozaki family corporates, The Yakuza people. Anyway, there's rumors that they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that might have something to do with it, too. Are you trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict? No, not at all. That isn't what I'm saying. But that is a bit of a leap. It seems strange however you look at it. Or it just seems strange however you look at it. That she would bring a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. Maybe she expected something to happen, so she, prepared herself, just in case. I have no idea what any of it... Someone get Rena in here! He needs his brain cell! God damn. Headphone cord snagging on chair arm. Dude, you need your get Rena in here. Get Rena in here to explain it, because it's obvious she probably had it for... I don't know what, but I don't know. I don't know. My brain tells me self-defense. Anyway. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. It's a good thing you're in a hospital. Are you all right? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please, continue. Well, that's all I had to say about the syringe. It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika-chan. Rika-san was sort of like the village mascot, after all. It looks like the village is in an uproar right now. Between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her. The three families' effective control over the village is basically in shambles, too. If someone came up to them with talk of a dam again, with this sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It's probably been about 5 minutes. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking. Whoops, we went off topic, didn't we? What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask and if she could wait a little bit longer.
Is that so? Keep it short, okay?
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about. She's probably like, get my son away from any of that bullshit that happened. Maybe we should choose another day for this. Oishi-san? Mion. How is she right now? I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him. Before I tell you that, I just need one thing from you. I just need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously. Got it? If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as an obstruction of the investigation, and you could be prosecuted. Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want? Maibara-san. Who do you think the criminal was who pushed Shion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who was the one who stabbed you? That was my only other concern, was... When they said it happened at about the same time, how close are we talking here? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it. She pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal? The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door. This neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion-san's bodyguard. It seems he's a veteran leader in that vein, and was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling.
And he didn't run in there?
At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claims that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key.
You're her bodyguard and you don't have a key to her room?
He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. And then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
I think I see where the concern is. The concern you have is how did Mion get into her room when it's on the 8th floor and the door was locked? You've got... It's like a murder mystery situation. It's like, okay, how'd they do it?
In other words, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment complex is connected to the organization, it doesn't have many residents. So they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, there was only one person who witnessed Mion Sonozaki. Even if he didn't see her, isn't it obviously Mion's doing? Now settle down. This is what I'm saying. It means you are the only one who saw Mion Sonozaki for sure last night.
This was last night? Damn, I thought it was like a few nights ago for him to have recovered this much, but I guess not. Anyway.
After all, Shion-san, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At that point, Oishi-san paused.
Yeah, you gotta be blunt with this kid. He's very and even then you probably have to be double blunt. Because you can be blunt and he still won't get it.
Anyway, at that point, Oishi-san paused, probably stunned at just how little my brain cells work. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Check. He hit one with his lighter.
It's usually not recommended in a hospital.
And exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Were you really stabbed by Mion Sonozaki? Yes. There's no doubt about it.
It's not like he would stab himself and twist the knife in his own guts.
The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. Oishi-san, you can't smoke in here. The nurses will get mad. Actually... Why the pause? We found...
What? Hold up, what?
We found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too.
Okay. Further going with my evidence that the Mion we saw was actually Shion, and Shion plummeted to the ground. Somehow. After having some weird fight, maybe with her inner demon, or trying to make it sound like That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they maybe swapped, and when Shion, in this case, officially going that the one in the cell was actually Mion,
The one who stabbed us was Shion. That is officially what's going on in my brain. Like, this feels like the nail in the coffin for that theory. Like, and by that, I mean, or the last confirmation for it. Basically, so, how I see it is she probably, you know, stabbed Keiichi, went back to the apartment, has been, like, you know, since she and her twin have identical voices, she probably did something to make the guy next door believe that it was just, you know, the other sister, and in reality, it might have been her the whole time, and then, like, on her way back from stabbing, maybe she somehow climbed up the wall, and then accidentally slipped and fell. I don't know. I'm just trying to guess. We gotta need this clarified tomorrow. Sleepy time now. By all means, yeah, check the end of the VOD if they even clarified it at all. Anyway, go get some rest. Thanks for stopping by, Ganva. Have a good rest. Alright. Okay, but anyway, let's see what Oishi-san says. But basically, I'm narrowing this down as the one in the cell was the Mion we know, and Shion was actually the one doing all the torturing and killing. The one we know as Shion. That is what I'm thinking. They pulled crazy switcheroo shit. Anyway, so they found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well too. What? She fell to her death. We believe that as she was trying to escape to that... Wait. Oh, hold on. Let me double check the log here. I have to go up quite a bit for it. But I remember when he was asking, did you find Mion? I need you to answer... Okay, so how is Mion right now? And he probably asked, I need you to answer me in all honesty, did she stab you? Anyway, let me go back up. And... let me see. I want to see if it lets me see... Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today. Yes, we did find her. They didn't say that they caught her, like, you know, police caught her. He just said, we found her. This counts as finding her. Oh my god. We believe that she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well. That as she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder. Now, that's my only other... Does that mean she actually did get away with, like, killing her sister and then threw her down the well? Because she said she killed everybody... When she stabbed, she said she killed everybody she wanted to. Does that mean she killed her sister and then threw her down the well, and that's what's going on here? AKA, it's Shion doing this shit. Is that what happened? That's gotta be what happened. Anyway. She fell to her death. We believe that she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well. Or as she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder. She fell to the bottom, broke her neck, and died. Broke her neck... Just like, oof, if that ain't some interesting karma that they both broke their necks in a fall. Yes, the same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. I'm gonna need you to check these girls' backs for tattoos, if you can. Well... What? After you passed out that day, Mion Sonozaki tried to escape using the hidden well. But her foot slipped, and she died. As if beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifices she dropped down there. Oh, hold up. Okay, hold on. I think I may have figured this out. Okay, hold on. Hear me out. Because I was going to say, I'm going to need y'all's autopsy people to, you know, give us a time of death. But I just realized, what if somehow, in the kerfuffle brought on by the flashbang, and this is very convoluted, somewhere in the jail cell, in the prison room, there was another way for her to grab... I'm just gonna be honest with who I think the people are. She managed to grab Mion in the cell, kill her, and then threw her down the well, or went back to do it. But basically, she took Mion's place as Shion and pretended to be traumatized and insane, and then pushed that narrative with the person she was living with, and then, you know, went back to pretending to be Mion to go stab him, tried to go back to the room afterward, and then she slipped and fell, and that's why they said, probably from bodily identification, or just from the situation, they said that Shion died. So Shion actually did die by falling, but it's because she killed Mion and threw Mion down the well back when this first happened, and that's how she made her escape despite the tunnels, is because she just swapped places with her sister. I don't know how. There would have had to have been there would have had to have been a way she hid her sister's body to be able to throw her down the well, but I don't know. I don't know. But it's... Sorry, I just kicked something under my desk. Goddamn. It's just theory on top of theory right now. Anyway. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day. Okay, what's a swift way to kill somebody? You snap their neck. Like in action movies, you twist the neck a certain way and then you kill them. She ran, after the flashbang happened, she ran down back to the jail area, broke her sister's neck, found a way to hide the body, and then pretended to be Shion. And by pretended, she actually was Shion. She pretended to be, you know, the imprisoned, traumatized Shion, which was actually Mion. It's confusing as fuck when she keeps switching who she's playing as. But that is what I think happened. She still went in and killed her sister. And on that day, because it looks like autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day, aka the day of the torture room. So, and they assumed it was as she was making her escape. There's no way that, I don't know, so maybe she broke her neck and then later threw her down the well to make it look like she broke her neck on the way down the well. And then she just, once again, traded places with her sister. That is the theory I'm going with. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. She was already dead by then. Unless... I don't know, that's the theory I'm going with, that it was actually Shion, and Shion killed Mion that day, and then maybe snuck back there one day to throw the body down the well. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be, and it's almost fucking 6 a.m. I really need to wrap this up, goddamn. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. Like, also, yeah, there's literally no way he would just stab himself like that. There's no way. I'm pretty sure there's no indication that he is, like, mentally insane enough to do that to himself right now. This is not like a clawing at your own throat situation. There's no way he stabbed himself with, like, a butcher knife and twisted it. Like, no, that wouldn't make sense. I don't care how potentially depressed he was. Nah. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Unless. Then, who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonozaki, and yet not Mion Sonozaki, aka Shion Sonozaki. Boom. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight. See, and if I wasn't suspicious of like, I'm sure this would be like a mind-blowy try to figure out what's going on situation, but since I was suspecting her because of her weird way of talking before, and her just being like pegging it on, oh, it's the demon taking over me when I say, that, you know, when she's talking about me on like a separate person. But no, I was that, Shion. It's absolutely Shion. Do you remember how Mio Takano-san died? It's actually been a while. I think there was a burn, right? Yeah? Takano-san? Yeah. I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. How do you... I'm curious as to how you would figure that out. A crushed windpipe? I don't know. The Gifu station did the autopsy. It's a little bit strange. The results of the preliminary autopsy said that she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Since that was contradictory, in their panic, they seem to have revised it to say that she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that? Wait. Let me see if I can gather what's going on here. And yet not Mion Sonosaki. Do you remember how Mio Takano died? She was burned to death. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The results of the preliminary autopsy said that she had been dead for at least 24 hours. When did the body show up for them? It was the day after, right? How could she have been dead for at least 24 hours then? What the fuck? This is the bigger mystery to me right now. I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me. The results saying she had been dead for 24 hours, as our own old criminologist says, is pretty damn reliable. So then, what would that mean? I've asked that question over and over, but on the night of Watanagashi, you were with Mio Takano-san, weren't you? Right, yeah, that's why I'm like, what? This is the big... I guess they had to throw another wrench at us, and it's like, in case it was like, nah, it's obvious the twins swapped places for some people, so how about a bigger twist? Who was Takano? Because we were with her. I was. You also met her on the day before while setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yeah, crushed windpipe probably. If they needed dental records, anything else that would have been indicated. Been burnt away. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's not like I know exactly how a body burns, but I was like, it had to have been a crushed windpipe in that case. Anyway, I mean, I ran into her yeah, I was with her then. If she'd been dead for 24 hours, then that would mean she was already dead the day before the festival. This is definitely the bigger mystery that I cannot even begin to figure out. Because it's like, oh, what if it's just one of the sisters playing as her or something? Nah, because both sisters were there too. Who was pretending to be Takano? Does Takano also have a twin? How many twins are involved in this shit? She was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you all slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. So who was Takano? The origin of all that happened. The one at fault. The beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me. The real one at fault. Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world? How? There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Again, the Shion-Mion thing, easily explainable if you just follow my logic that it was Shion. But Takano is a lot harder to explain. I have nothing to go on for that one. Also, apparently, they're under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death, not to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you. They're under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death. Who? Under pressure from who? Probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already. Like, killed her sister and then went to the well to finish it off, probably. That would be, like, a faster way to end it, but I am still convinced. I'm still convinced that that was actually Shion who stabbed. So, I'd appreciate it if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around. I've stayed too long. I had come here thinking I could at least end this incident as it applied to you, but it looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye. If it so happens that something comes up you want to talk about in the future, call me anytime. My business card is in those souvenirs from before. When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again, including porn. Don't bring the porn! Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. Little does he know, I'm too dense to hide anything. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? Maybe you're hiding something, but not intentionally. Maybe there's something you just don't know. You know? Like, maybe he sees it as you still hold clues that even you don't know are there. I don't know. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. Then let us meet again one day. Take care of yourself. Slam. I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. Understandable. Like, what do you do when you... Okay, CG time. What do you do when you find out that the person who stabbed you has apparently been dead the whole time, even though she's not? She was probably her sister. I'm calling it. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? I think what he means by that is that your part in this investigation, in this story, will be done. Because he doesn't want to bother you. Like, he's probably like, you've been through enough. I want to wrap up your end of the story so you can just focus on resting and recovering. That's what I took that as. And also because then it's one less end for him to chase. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. What? Did you open a what happened, buddy? What? What? Don't like, that is like literal, like, that is like a big ass nightmare for me right there. Like, that is, something poking out from the end of my bed is like big fear for me. What the fuck? No! Then slip, an arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. Bro? If I took an out of context screenshot of this, it would look like a screenshot from like a parody visual novel or something. The fuck you mean you're not surprised? This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. Oh god, nightmare fuel! I still recognized it as Mion's voice. Have you just been having hallucinations, man? Wait. Did Mion actually stab you? Oh, now I'm calling you into question. What, Mion? What did you tell me? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it will be the demon that has possessed my body. You did. You said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. Mom, can you come back in the room, please? Mom, there's a dead girl under my bed. Come back in the room, please! That's why I got stabbed. Possibly wounds sustained from when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about the top of the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion? I just, well, thought of a good joke. Keiji, you are terrifying me in this situation. You want to hear it? The Mion under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today. But tomorrow, I'd still be here, living a normal life. So, when Oishi-san learns about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense once again. He'd make a huge deal about how someone who should have died was alive, and he'd totally lose his head. Is he commenting about Chapter 1? Possibly. Takano-san, then Mion, then me third. So, funny, right? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Kei-chan. Laugh. Or was it not that funny? Mom! Please come back in the room, Mom! Where'd you go, Mom? The officer left. You can come back in, Mom! Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard, as if scratching me. Ow, ow, ow! Go easy. Ow. It hurts. Kei-chan, I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable, and I couldn't. See, now I'm wondering if, like, the brief mentioning of the psychotics is, like, is because of that. Maybe he's having something like that. I don't. Because of the syringe, why else would it be mentioned? But then that still calls into question, like, the whole knife thing that happens. Did you actually stab your? I don't know anymore. I thought I had a grasp on things, and I don't know anymore. She was only gripping one wrist, yet my whole body wouldn't move. Is it a sleep paralysis demon situation? Couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. PTSD flashback. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Oh, God! There shouldn't even be room for you behind that. This bed is against the wall, madam. How are you back there? Also, in the mirror, you're on the wrong side of the shoulder. You're on the wrong side of the shoulder on the mirror. This is bullshit, Mion. This is bullshit, Shion. This is bullshit, Shion. Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me. You're definitely hallucinating. How did she go from the front of the bed to behind you? Just saying. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. This incident was far from being over. It was still going on. It was still happening. Someone, please end this incident. This cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please, end it. Hit the close button. End the program. Alt F4. That is my only wish. I granted you one before. Remember? You don't get any more. That's too much laughter. Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip. And with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... He's totally having a traumatic hallucination. That's gotta be it, right? Trauma-induced hallucination. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. That's all it has to be. It's an all-cast review session. I don't care. All-cast review session. I'm not doing that on stream. It is 6 in the fucking morning, and it's just like a silly little, let's get together and talk about what just happened as if it's an acting show. Ha 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 ha. No. The last nail. Really. That's the achievement name. Oh my god. The Takano thing. Oh, what the fuck? Because I could come up with an explanation for the twins, but Takano? Oh. Damn. God damn. The mystery. But also the way he was acting like this had happened before. It's almost like his trauma is, like, torturing him. Like, it's a PTSD, like, flashback sort of situation. Which is probably, maybe that's why his mom is constantly with him and doesn't, like... Because, yes, it would make sense if it was just, you know, mother keeping an eye on her son who almost died not once but twice. And she's like, nope, I am keeping an eye on my boy. No one else is gonna get near him. Fuck off. I don't want anybody else killing him. But it could also be that he's having some sort of trauma, like PTSD trauma response, and is having hallucinations like this, and so his mom is there to help keep him centered. I don't know. That's my guess. Both the girls being dead. Again, I still think both girls being dead. I do think that it was actually Shion doing the torture. Character trauma. Oh, boy. But yeah, I do still think that that can all be explained by Mion switching places with Shion. Not once, but twice. And then, also because this goes hand in hand with one of the few clips I have seen was what looked like Mion falling off of a balcony. And I believe it was after she did something. I don't remember what, but she was, like, excitedly, like, dancing like, I just did the thing I wanted to do. I would not be surprised if it was stab Keiichi. I don't remember exactly what it was. But, you know, she tried to get to the balcony, and then she fell. She slipped, her sleeve snagged on something and she slipped and fell. That is what I think happened. And then, based on, like, dental records or whatever the case may be, whatever happened, they believe that to be Shion, when in reality it was actually the killer, while Mion has been dead since the well situation based on the coroner's report, which means she killed her that day and then somehow swapped places with her, essentially. So she pretended to be the traumatized Shion, which is how she could get away with all that. That is how I would explain it. Is Shion being a manipulative, gaslighty demon lady. So yeah, that's what I'm going with. It was just a really insane sister situation for that. Takano, I can't even begin to explain how somebody could beat Takano when she was dead for 24 hours by the time we went into the ritual storehouse. So who the fuck was that? We have no evidence of Takano having a twin. Granted, we learned more about Takano. Like, Takano just kind of showed up. Chapter 1. Chapter 2, we got to know her, find out she was a bit of a wackadoo. Also, speaking experience, being alone with your thoughts in a situation like this, not a good thing. Absolutely not. Yeah, no. Especially when you have that kind of level of trauma. So he's not dead. I wouldn't say he's dead, but he's definitely still tortured by the situation itself, like from the trauma. That is, I feel like that's what's happening with the end scene in the hospital room. But alternatively, if we want to go with demons, then it's Oyashiro-sama torturing the fuck out of him for some reason. But yeah, Takano is that one's gonna haunt me, but I'm willing to bet they're gonna keep expanding on like Takano and Tomitake in the next chapters, because that seems to be what they're doing. So maybe we'll get some sort of answer as to how that happened before. I can't help but wonder, are we once again gonna open with like half of the story being slice of life cutesy shit, and then festival, and then tension, murder mystery shit? And obviously it happens a little differently every time. I still feel like Tomitake is supposed to be like a canon event. He is always supposed to die because he died in both chapters so far, died by clawing out his own throat. So I feel like that happening to him has to be a given at this point. He is the Uncle Ben. He is the canon event. It's always got to happen, which sucks. It sucks to have to be that domino that has to fall to get the ball rolling. It sucks. Ugh. Man, this really sucked. I mean, it was great. The trauma sucked. The horror sucked. I'm glad there were no actual removed fingernails, though, because I'm pretty sure I also saw, like, a clip of that happen. But, again, it's been... I have never actually watched Higurashi myself, so I would not know. And I'm not going... The best thing is that the next chapter is even worse. Great. Which means I am both excited and terrified, which is... Honestly, when it comes to Higurashi, I am loving the terror. I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely am loving it. I am loving it so much. I am so glad the first chapter... Again, for anyone curious who wants to pick it up from the beginning to help pick up clues, Chapter 1 is available for free on Steam. So you have, like, that's... Depending on your reading speed, I've seen people say maybe roughly 8 hours. It took me a few days to go through Chapter 1 on my own. So it's gonna take you a few hours. You basically have a whole novel for free right there. Definitely worth it. And then it's enough to get you hooked and want to figure out what on earth is going on Especially with that ending, it's like, I need to know more. The mystery is what's gripping. But I guess I'll find out when I get to chapter 3, which, obviously, don't... I'd speed read it in 20. I dare you. But yeah, I don't know when the next Higurashi stream is going to be. But when it do happen, it is going to be chapter 3, which means I need to make sure I already have it installed. I think I do. Let me double check that, actually. Not that it entirely matters. Let's see. Did I already get chapter 3? Let's say I have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Okay, I got up to chapter 4 already bought, which means I just need to download chapter 3. And we'll see what happens. Okay, but yeah, I do need to go in and do the fucking after party. I'll probably do that when I close stream. Because I do want to go through the after party just to get the achievement, because it's literally the last achievement. And I like getting it. So, I like getting the achievements. Also, learn the truth. I feel like that achievement that says learn the truth, I feel like no truth was learned. Especially not from Keiichi. He's... I love you, but you're a dense fucking motherfucker. But yeah, considering the recurring theme in the first half, would not be surprised in the slightest if my theory that Mion, in the end bits there, was actually Shion. I would not be surprised if I was right there, considering what we saw from Shion's behavior in the first half. So, like, playing along with whatever Keiichi was feeling, like saying, I never personally said I was Mion, you just assumed that. So, I don't know. And also, because I've never seen either... Actually, no, I'd have to double check. Did Mion ever call Shion sis? I'm gonna have to double check some of that. Because I don't recall... I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and analyze some of this, because I'm curious, but who knows? Maybe this mystery is just left to this chapter. We shall see. So the tattoo is for the older child, right? Yes, because she was the firstborn, which meant she would be the next heir. Even if there was like a 2-second difference, she came all the way out first. So I'm thinking they have to check... That's a good point. They just said the tattoo goes to the heir. There's also, what if they chose to trade places, like, from a young age, and then never went back? Yeah, if the kids played swapsies, and then just stuck it that way. Played swapsies, and then the younger sibling got the tattoo? Is that what you're saying? Oh my god, that would blow my fucking mind. Because they did say the kids played swapsies all the time when they were younger. There is a big deep dive to do into this. God, that's the sisters' relationship. It's so fascinating. So basically, adding an extra layer to my Mion was Shion theory. What if Mion was Shion, but Shion was actually Mion the whole time? And I feel like that image of Charlie Day with the fucking theory board behind him looking like I haven't slept in a week. Oh my god. Oh my god, I am in love with the mysteries here. Yes. I definitely am excited to get back to this. Oh my god, yay. But yeah, that means I better get to installing Chapter 3. Tatari Goroshi. Wonder what that's gonna be about. The page is entirely blank. There is nothing to see here. It does look like Satoko is the icon on this one, which tells me that maybe she will be the key character in this, based on, like, the theme I'm noticing. Like, for Chapter 1, Rena was one of the key focuses, and she was the icon. In this one, Shion. Yeah, Shion, because that looks like the Angel Mort's icon, design. So yes, I'm pretty sure Shion is the icon for Chapter 2, and she definitely played a key role here. So that tells me, based on that pattern, that Satoko is going to be a key character for Chapter 3, which makes sense with the breadcrumbs they left us, because, you know, we keep getting hints at Satoshi, and I don't know if it's been put together yet. I don't remember. He's dense enough, he probably didn't notice. But Satoshi Hojo, I don't remember if it was explained to him that that was... No, I think it was explained. But maybe we could get some more Satoshi lore while also finding out more... Because Shion, whoever the fuck that was, holding the ladder that one time, the other night, basically accusing her of being cursed, and yeah, I don't know. It felt like we were leaning more into Satoko playing a bigger role, maybe. So, we'll have to see. But yeah, we'll figure that out when we get to Chapter 3.